takes notes from our command staff meeting. She likes to abbreviate follow-up with FU. So I like to give her a hard time. So I'll pull up the notes and we'll start our meeting. I'm like, all right, looks like we're going to start with an FU to you, Bart.
Are we just waiting?
Yeah, we're just waiting. Oh, okay. All right, I'd like to welcome everybody out to our City Council work meeting for Wednesday, June 24th, 2020. We will start with item 1.1, review of tonight's agenda. Any adjustments that we need to make? Nope. All right, we will move on to item 1.2, future agenda items council would like to see.
I got a few things. First of all,
Grab your mic.
excuse me. First of all, made a suggestion that we have a discussion about our ongoing list of requests and questions, and that was supported by Sherry, but I don't see it on here. Excuse me?
That's the very next item.
Council Leadership Task List Review. Excuse me. Okay. I sent this request to Brett for the city. I'd like to kind of open this up for a discussion maybe next time about updating the Bonneville study based on the new data that we have around Olympia Hills. I'd like to start quantifying some of that impact, some of the areas of specific concern, areas that would need to be mitigated, those kind of things where, you know, it was done based off of 9,000 units and I'd rather see if we can update it based on the new data of what Olympia Hills is quote unquote approved for at this point. There's some discussions going about whether or not Olympia Hills could possibly come into Herriman or not. And there's just so many questions that have to be answered before that discussion can even realistically take place. And I think that the Bonneville study did give us some good data points, and I think updating it based on the new information would be a really important thing. So I'd like to have a conversation about that next time. Yeah. Yeah, I think that will be helpful, but I also think I just want to have that discussion a little further with the rest of the council. Okay. We talked about this too. I think it's going to be, there's still some work to be done around Councilman Henderson's request regarding kind of an accounting of impact fees. He had talked about that before. I'd like to have a discussion, not so much about the accounting of the impact fees going backwards. That's not really my request. I want to understand more about how impact fees are allocated, how those decisions are made, how we, if impact fees are collected for a certain purpose and we use those impact fees for another purpose, which is lawfully done, how do we collect the fees then to take care of this other purpose? Are these just switched around? How are they done? We've been told several times that impact fees don't ever cover the entire cost of something. So I want to know how impact fees are being used. For example, if we have $1 million project, but we have $700,000 of impact fees, are we using $300,000 of impact fees from another project down the road, and therefore we're just snowballing a potential accounting that's going to have to come due someday? So I want to discuss that. I want to understand that better. I've been getting a lot of questions from residents about how impact fees are done, and so I'd like to have a discussion about that, maybe a report from staff about that. One other item I'd like to bring up for consideration is a rotating spokesperson for the council on a monthly basis, that when requests for press and or events or whatever happens, that there's just one person whose job it is that month, so we're not scrambling to find out who to do that. So
It's on city manager's updates tonight, and have a plan to present to you, so you can let me know as per direction the council gave us.
Okay.
Be a healthy rotation.
I think the only hesitance I have on that, Steve, is because sometimes I get a call, but it's because they've worked their way down the chain here or there, and they can't get a hold of people. So I think part of it is availability of if that person's on the rotation and they might not be available when there's something in the news cycle. I think that has to be kind of flexible.
I completely agree. I just think a lack of a designated person in the current circumstances that we're in kind of impairs communication sometimes. I'd like to see if we might be able to address that. So I'd just like to see that at another time. And then I'll table my other comments for another time. So, thank you.
Well, I have some too.
Okay.
I would like to see our meetings back on Facebook Live. I know we took them off a while back, but we do not get enough participation with the way that's happening now. When it was on Facebook, there was all kinds of comments coming in, all kinds of, whether they're, oh, I read one day, she's an idiot. Okay, I just as soon read that as to have silence. And so I think that if this building, we put a lot of money into this building, and I cannot imagine that the IT cannot keep up to stream this Facebook Live.
I don't, yeah.
So what do we need to do to make it compatible?
We'd have to get a new system.
Okay, so I see.
It's a Facebook change, so we're working with Facebook.
Uh-huh.
Trying to get them to make changes so that our system would be compatible. Working with Facebook is not something that happens quickly. It takes time, but we are working with it. They do know we're not the only city that has this system. So there is that ability, but we do provide the YouTube link right there. They can go to YouTube and they can make just as many comments.
But people don't.
Still are making it available. They
Right.
don't, but they can.
I understand that. I just think that somehow, I mean, I can stand at the back of the room with my phone and Facebook Live this thing. It just seems like it can't be that difficult to come up with. Maybe we need to buy an iPhone and post it at the back of the room.
Well,
and
I think
stream.
the question is, or the issue there is the security of it being on the city's network and system and all the security that's in there. And I think that's, my understanding is that's where the issue has really arisen, is we have a secure and a very highly technical system that we did invest a lot of money in the system. However, Facebook made changes that doesn't allow those two systems to talk. And I certainly am not I understand the convenience factor for some people on Facebook, but again, they're provided a link on our YouTube channel to be able to view it. And quite honestly, I think a lot of times when they have, comments are good, but I think that their expectation when they do it through Facebook is that somebody is monitoring those and going to respond to those. And that's exactly what we didn't want to have happen. Sure. Is we wanted them to go through the proper format to get those comments and make those comments to us so that we could respond to them in an appropriate format, instead of kind of the free range that it takes place on Facebook sometimes, and the expectation that when we don't respond to them that we're not being responsive to it because of how those systems work. So I understand your concern, and I've fielded some things there, but when I've been able to explain the systems and the other alternatives that are in place, those that I've talked to haven't had any of the concerns that they initially had by not being able to access it.
No, I agree, and I hear you that there's an issue, but I just feel like we have a big crowd tonight because 2 people showed up, but they're only here because they have something on the agenda. No one comes to city council meeting. We have a city of 50,000+ people, and no one's concerned enough to be here. Somehow we have to, I would feel like somehow we have to figure out how to get more citizen engagement. Like I was listening to, I don't remember, some stupid radio show today, not stupid, sorry. Do you know in Farmington, do you know what they do in Farmington? They put out, she called them sandwich boards. You know how different neighborhoods put out their little signs that say, hey, we're having a neighborhood party, those little things. They put them out all over Farming to say, hey, it's city council meeting tonight. I'm not suggesting that that's the solution, but I just think that somehow we have to figure out how to, and I please don't, sometimes I feel like I have to apologize all the time. This isn't any directed at staff not doing a good job or anything like that. It's just a frustration to think that people don't know what's going on. And I think part of it is just because they don't actively engage enough. But there is a huge presence on this social media that we're not tapping into. And I understand what you're saying. That's because we're having some technology issues. But I just would think that we should challenge ourselves to overcome that, because that social media outlet does reach thousands of people. And I just think it would be beneficial for what's going on here to reach more people. And I understand it's out there. Make some effort and go see it. But it doesn't happen a lot. And so what can we do on our end to try and push even more of it out?
Tammy, can I ask a quick question?
We do the e-signs, and we do post it Monday and Wednesday
Right.
of that week to let people know. So if Facebook really is reaching them, then they should be.
On our city page, yeah.
Yeah. The question I have is, obviously, we've been utilizing Zoom for a number of months now, given our current situation. I have found that in other avenues to be a very useful tool that has come a long ways in time. Does the way that we are currently using Zoom, with the chat board that's integrated in it, is that an option for people to I guess, type something in there on the chat board that's currently utilized in Zoom? Because honestly, I feel like if that's what we're concerned about is losing out on, we have that currently available just due to the simple fact that this is the way that we have to conduct our business right now. But if we enhance that, I'll just tell you, personally, I don't like the Facebook live format because of some of the other things that I already brought up. But I do think that there is certainly an appropriate avenue for people to be able to make comments. And I think sometimes when it's done, again, I'm more familiar with Zoom because I'm utilizing it in a lot of different avenues right now, but the chat board seems to work very well for some of that internal communication that happens while a meeting is taking place. So I guess that's my question, is those that are on Zoom, do they have the ability to do that right now?
They have ability to communicate with us. I believe they can be able to communicate with each other, but I would need to look into that more. But I know they can communicate with staff.
Okay. And I think that's kind of what you're getting to, Sherry, is some of those comments that, again, may be beneficial for us to see outside of some of the errant ones that are just there to
Yeah,
stir.
like for instance, what really brought it up was we had a resident here. He pops out the dog park on Herriman Happenings, and he got a zillion comments on there, and a lot of them were very good comments. Some of them were maybe a little uninformed, but some good comments, good suggestions, and it's like, as a representative of the people, that is what I want to hear. I want to hear their comments and their concerns and their input, because that's how we make decisions. That's how we're supposed to make decisions. And so please understand, I believe you're doing all that you can. This has no reflection on you, but it's just a frustration that I wish somehow we can get more feedback from residents so we can be a representative of them better.
Well, and I would like to suggest, and I know we talked about this during your training as well, that when you guys see those things on Herriman Happenings, which we posted the dog park and everything as well, we do post everything.
Uh-huh.
But when you guys are commenting on those pages instead of our pages, you make those the official city page. It's not a good practice. You should direct them back to our page. Your comment could be a link to our page or a link to your page where you give that information. But we've even had a few of those where 3 of you are having a conversation at once, which David Church had advised against because it's just not a good practice. It can be seen as you having a meeting on a social media page, and it's not even an official city page where you should be directing them, because right now they're going to go there because they're going to think that that's where you're commenting and that's what you're looking at, instead of our page or your page, which is where we want them to look. Because that's where they're going to get the accurate information.
Sure.
It's not going to be an opinion. It's going to be fact-based. So.
Sure.
And I think to tie into that just a little bit, item 2.6 that we have on here tonight covers just that piece in the, when we're talking about the council rules or procedures and some of the things that are in there and all the stuff that was added to social media, because I think that that is very important on how we conduct that information on social media, again, so that we don't create that confusion and put in, one of us in a bad spot where it appears that we are trying to communicate or talk for the city when it's on a personal page and not the city's page. So I think that stuff, as we talk about through that item tonight, is very pertinent and important for us to get done.
And look, I don't think it's a matter of intent. I think it's a matter of result, and that's what I'm trying to say. Is I think Sherry makes a really good point. Is that we can provide all of the technology solutions in the world, be totally transparent, provide all the links, give all the information, and if the citizens aren't engaging, then there's a failure there. I'm not saying we're doing something wrong. We're just not getting our citizens to engage with us. That's where the failure is happening. And so if the result we're looking for is to have more citizen engagement, communication, and just involvement in what's going on so they can understand what's happening, there maybe is an effort we need to do to meet the people where they are instead of forcing them to come to where we are, right? And there's compromises and discussion to be made around there, but I think you're saying, how do we bridge that gap? How do we help them come to us? How do we get to them? Where's that place where we can get more engagement?
Yeah.
Second that future agenda meeting item.
Sorry. I have one other that's future.
Yeah, I know, and I think you should be able to comment on those, but I do think that you should always refer them back. So in your comments, you should always refer them back to either the city's Facebook page or the city's website, because those are not official pages. And when you have a resident that gives an opinion, it becomes a fact when you continue to comment on it and you're justifying their opinion. And then it creates issues. And we have a lot of engagement on our page. We actually have more engagement on our page than large cities. So we do have the engagement, but it is not a place where you go to rant or give your opinions. Other pages are. So I just think it's very important for council to also understand the difference in those pages. It doesn't make them less valid, but the information on them is not necessarily official city information.
Right.
So,
I just need to know more opinions. I just need to understand more of what people are thinking so I can represent.
yeah, you
them.
should look at those pages, of
Yeah.
course. They don't generally let us in because we correct the information.
Sure. That's
So,
I do have one other issue. I did not officially put it on an agenda. I asked for it to be covered in city managers last time, and it was. And we received this map from Blake, this great map of the ponds. But I couldn't sleep based on the conversation, because I believe that if we took someone's money for a purpose, and that purpose is ready to be completed, we take the money and we get it done. I don't think we kick the can down the road. I'm not comfortable at all kicking the can down the road on these ponds. We've had these people's money. They gave it to us in good faith that we would do what we said we would do. I drive down my road every day. I pass by this Jensen Place retention pond. It is a mess. It's weeds as high as I am. It's been that way for years, and I think we cannot sit up here and talk about what good position we're in financially, which we talked about 2 weeks ago. But we have money from contractors that gave us fee in lieu to take care of something. I think that we have to figure out a way to get this out of our budget and get them taken care of. So I would like to discuss this on our future agenda so we can get these things taken care of.
That kind of ties in with some of my questions too about how impact fees are collected, how they're dispersed out, right? So,
Because these aren't even impact fees, these are fee in lieu. So they were money collected
right.
to complete a project, and the ponds are ready to be done, and I think we need to take care of them, so.
A fee specifically for that purpose. It wasn't intended to be pooled with anything.
Yeah, with citywide or anything, and it's okay if a mistake was made, make them all the time, but then once we recognize it, we need to fix it and move on. So,
if I might, I have one more. I forgot in my notes here. There's a suggestion made by a member of the Planning Commission that we should have a member of the Planning Commission attending our meetings, at least our work meetings, when we're reviewing actions they've taken or things that are going to come before us, to have them deliver their personal report on some of the issues. the call I got was about just the discussion you were having last time regarding the 45-foot limit on the elevation on the storage unit facility. And they had some comments to give about that, and they said we could have given you our understanding of why we made that decision, where that number came from, you know, that kind of thing. So, and then the vice versa of that is, how do we have a city council member attend perhaps their work meetings, understanding some of the things they're doing, the decisions they're facing, that kind of stuff. We don't want to necessarily be attending their general meetings, influencing unduly their decision-making of any kind. But I also want to think there's an opportunity for us to have some reciprocal direct communication between our two bodies, if that makes sense. So,
And I think that's always been why we've tried to do the joint meetings, because I would have some concern about having any member, including myself, attending planning commission meetings on a regular basis, because I can see planning commission unintentionally taking that one individual's view as direction from the council. And what, you know, it would become a situation where that one member of this body would be going, and when they make a suggestion or when they make a comment, planning commission just goes with it, because that's what and that doesn't necessarily reflect the view of the body. I mean, I'm sure that would happen if I was there. I'm sure it happened if you were there. So that would be the biggest concern.
and I appreciate your point, and I think that's something that we can have a discussion about as an agenda item. That's something, so.
Okay, we will move on to item 1.3, council leadership task list review.
So the reason we put this on is Councilman Shields' request to talk about and review the council's task list. We had this discussion last time. We come up with, we use a smart sheet to track the council's request. We've only had one council member actually log in and make an assignment or request for that location. We did push out the information to council a few times about how to log in, how to get into it, how to see it, because it is on the web based. It's not working. So here we are again trying to say, okay, how do we get this list that's meaningful to you so we can update it? So we actually come up with, we may just review it at 1.3 every council meeting. But we need a mechanism so staff, once we get the assignment, it goes into, we'll still put it on the smart sheet. You can still review it and look at it anytime you want to see the status on that. But we'll review it at the beginning of every council work meeting, so we actually have an update that way, because those of you who don't want to log in the smart sheets on that and look at that. But that smart sheet also gives it to the assignment of a staff member to get the assignment done. And they actually, once they get assigned to it, it sends an email automatically of the request. And that just happened this last week. Councilman Smith asked for the mowing schedule, which Anthony's going to actually give you a little bit of update and CM manager updates tonight about open spaces. And he did a great report on it, gave maps and everything out there and put it up, download it. We get it, it's not working. So here again, we're back to that phase again, so we don't drop balls and not hearing what the council's saying about all the things you want us to do. We thought 1.3 works out very well, and we'll have a dual purpose way to do that. We'll have a documented sheet that logs everything in, and we'll review that at 1.3, make sure you're seeing it. So if you want to, here in Chicago, which I know you go there once in a while, Councilman Shields, I'm going to pick on you a little bit, you can pull it up right there and say, hey, what's happening with that project I asked about? And it'll be any one of these items. But if you want to have it in council meeting, you'll get that update then. Does that work for you all?
I prefer to have it every meeting, just a list for us to look over, and if you need it on the back end, the smart sheet, you can do assign tasks, et cetera, fantastic. But
Yeah, I believe we,
I'll raise my hand and say I'm guilty of not signing in, but I told you that probably wouldn't happen for me.
we know you haven't been on it. We know.
I think the smart sheets is a great administrative tool for you guys as a staff to track and assign what the council's asking for. I don't know that it's really working as an accountability tool for us to check on how things are going. You know, that we say things all the time, hey, can staff check into that? And then we move along and it's 4 months later and we're like, wait, I asked about that, but I don't remember getting
By the time I get through all the, I mean, not just personal work email, task list, all of that
Right.
kind of stuff, and then city email, I mean, every day for city email, there's like 50
So-
come through.
What we
The
decided.
packet that's 400 pages long.
Right.
It's,
Well, we decided internally to say, okay, and that's why you didn't see it there, because actually, you've seen it, not seen that 1.3. We actually thought, okay, this is how we're gonna move forward. We recognize that it's not a good tool for you, but we need the tool to make sure we have good follow-up and response. And it puts dates in there too, when it's last worked on, puts notes in there. So we can actually pull that up and review everything that you requested, even the basins. And asking what's happening with that over the
Can we
years.
attach that to the agenda?
The packet, yeah.
Yeah, part of the package is something so that if there's an item that we have a follow-up question on, we can be prepared to address that when we come into a session.
If you notice, when you guys start talking about requests, I watched everyone just pause what they was doing, they picked up their pens, so there's a bunch of us writing down that note, and when we collaborate, make sure that we all hear it the same.
Yeah.
And then we go back and listen to the minutes, to make sure we got it right again. So,
Yeah, and even if you want to follow up and say, hey, you said you wanted this, we don't understand what exactly you want.
Right.
That would be a great tool for following up with council as well as us following up with staff.
even Sherry's request on the basin, there's a lot of history there, and past council made some decisions about what to do with that money. That needs to be flushed out and reminded how we've gone through that journey. If you want to landscape, we're all for it. But you guys make that decision every November. We meet in that strategy meeting, and we show that whole list of priorities to the council. We have a record of all that. That's what I explained to you before. So we're on board. We see that it's not working for you. Does that work for you that way?
Yeah,
Yeah, I like it.
I like it both.
Okay.
I like it both. I like to be able to log in and see the little things, but, and then have a hard copy of it.
Would you resend us those login instructions?
What's that?
Would you resend the login instructions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other items you want to discuss? Okay. Well, we will move on to item 2.1, park ordinance update. Anthony?
Want me up here? No. Just stay right here? Okay. All right, so let's talk about this pump track. This is a fun little project we have going on down on Midas Creek right now. For those who don't know what a pump track is, it's basically a track designed to run wheeled apparatus on, your scooters, your skateboards, bikes, that sort of stuff. This is for non-motorized vehicles only. This particular pump track that we're going to be installing is a lumber base frame with a composite top on top of it. There are several different types out there. There are pump tracks that are made out of dirt, some that are concrete, some that are asphalt, but this particular one is a lumber frame with a composite top. And I'm going to jump to the video, if that's all right, real quick, John. We'll just let them come up. Just play this video. This is a video from Centennial Park, their pump track in West Valley. They installed this, a year and a half, 2 years ago. And it's been a
Great pump track right there.
Oh, yeah.
that's not,
Did they copy it?
but they've had a lot of good feedback on their pump track. So we went to them and we asked their maintenance people, what had been working for them, what would they do different, that type of stuff. So this video will just kind of give you a quick look at their pump track, which is very similar to the one that we're installing hopefully installing. Ours is, they have two separate components or two separate pieces. Ours are two pieces that are actually connected in the middle. American Rock Company is the company that designed and installing this and built this. This is the first one of this style that they've actually connects in the middle. But as you can see, it's just it's a track with rollers and big turns and stuff that kids can ride their scooters and skateboards and bikes on. One of the recommendations we got from West Valley was not to put wood chips around it. Those get up on the track itself and cause small wheels and tires to stop right in their tracks. So that's one thing we won't be doing that we learned from them. But anyway, that gives you kind of an idea of what a pump track is if you weren't familiar with that. Let's go back to those conceptual drawings and I'll just show you what our track looks like. Okay, there we go. So this is a layout of our track. You can see the Midas Creek Trail, the asphalt trail up above it, and then it makes a hard banking turn, or a hard turn right there. So this track just is right along that Midas Creek Trail. As you can see, like I was explaining, it's 2 separate rings that are connected in the middle. It allows them to cross over from track to track. There's another, that shows kind of the banks and turns in it that they're able to ride on. Okay, this is the site. This is just kind of a site map in case you were unfamiliar with where it's at, but it is just east of Mustang Trail Way, 6000 West. Right down the trail, probably, I don't know, it's probably 150, 200 yards down the trail right there.
To the
So-
east?
Yes, to the east.
And
To the east of Mustang Trail.
that parking lot's the seminary building?
Yep, that would be the seminary building up there, that parking lot. So this is, we're calling it a ride-to feature as it's along the trail. As it's located off Mustang Trail and just up on the other, to the east of this pump track, we'll be installing Big Bend Park. So there'll be a park down there with a few parking stalls down there. There's also parking along Mustang Trail Way. There will also be a few parking spots down on Anthem Park as well that they can utilize if they wanted to ride up the trail to the pump track here. Any questions on that? If you guys have any questions, just shout them out.
The only question is maintenance. I'm sure that the wood construction is probably less expensive to install than concrete, et cetera, but
Yep.
what kind of maintenance requirements are there?
So actually, they're surprisingly low maintenance, and that's one of the reasons we went with this style of track. They say the wood frame structure has a lifespan of about 20 years, whereas your concrete and asphalt and dirt tracks, they require a lot more maintenance, especially the dirt track. The track down in St. George, the name escapes me right now, Snake Hollow. So they have 2 full-time employees that man that track down there. Granted, it is a lot bigger than this, but it's an all-dirt track, so it does take a lot more manpower to man those types of tracks and maintain them. So one of the reasons we like this style of track was because it was very low maintenance. If there's ever any damage to it on the surface, it's just a matter of a little fiberglass repair on it, a little rattle can paint on top, and it's good to go again. So very low maintenance, really.
Will there be lighting?
Nope. As of right now, there won't be lighting. This is the facility is open from 9 o'clock in the morning to dusk. So at dusk, the park does close.
Are we concerned, I mean, graffiti and those things are always a concern on all of our parks, just because we want to maintain our parks for our residents. You mentioned it's just a rattle can. Is it that easy to deal with graffiti? It's just simply paint over it with a can of spray paint?
Yeah, it's fairly simple. Just paint over black. The track is black. So if there is ever any graffiti or anything like that, you can just paint over it. So fairly simple to handle that.
So I have some questions on your rules.
Sure.
B, all riders must wear a helmet. So I have a problem with must wear, just because, first of all, then we're gonna have to police that. Is that something that we are required to do that for our insurance, liability, or anything like that? Or do we just simply say, we strongly recommend wearing a helmet and protective gear, and then let people make their own decisions if they want to protect their brains?
Yeah, doesn't A cover that where it says it's a ride at your own risk track? I
Yeah.
mean, isn't that kind of the cover all there for us?
Right, and that's a good point, Sherry. One of the things that we're doing is we're posting these in conspicuous places all over the park, right? And like Clint said, it is a ride at your own risk. And in terms of liability, if we're saying you got to have a helmet on and you go out and you don't have a helmet and you get an injury sustained by that, that removes nearly all the liability from.
I just hate making rules that are flippant. If we say they must wear a helmet, then we're gonna have to enforce it. If it just makes more sense to say ride at your own risk. People know that they should wear a helmet, and if they don't know, then they should probably get educated before they pop on something with wheels.
Well, and I think that's the point of the sign, is then we can say, well, we at least told you you should be wearing a helmet. I get it, and I get your concern. I think that from a liability standpoint, it's better to over notice than it is to under notice. And so by having something there conspicuously placed saying that we require you to wear a helmet, it takes the liability from the city. We don't want to put the city at risk because
you know, we're trying to provide an amenity to our residents that they want, but they choose not to follow the rules.
But we're saying ride at your own risk. I just feel like we're headed down this path constantly, and maybe I'm just oversensitive to what's going on in our nation, but I believe that we have liberties to make choices. And I believe that when government mandates things, I just think we're overstepping. I think that you say, here, we're creating this park for you, come, use it, ride at your own risk, and people make their choices. I hate language like that. I just don't believe that. I believe in liberty, and I don't think this language promotes liberty. I think it promotes dictatorship. You must do this.
Sure.
I think it's a good point of how do you police it, right? If you're requiring it, then how are you policing it? And if we don't police it, I hate to use this word, but some busybody parent may try to with a kid who they don't know, and you end up with an altercation. And I don't know. There might be some unintended consequences that come from that. So I don't know if there's slightly different wording that takes care of the liability issue, but isn't quite so big brotherish.
And you can enforce this, right? I mean, this language will be codified, and it will be an ordinance.
But we'd have to go, or send our police officers down there constantly and say, hey, go make sure everybody's wearing a helmet.
No, we don't. I mean, we don't.
Well, if you're going to have a rule, then why do you have a rule if you're not? But I just don't think you should have a rule if you're not going to enforce it. You know what I mean? Then just don't have a rule.
It at least gives them the option to enforce it when they are. I agree. I don't think we have to send our people there all the time to enforce it. But it is a city facility. They are our rules to do. And if we're there doing maintenance, if we're there on something else, we have the ability to enforce the rule. We're not going to be there all the time to do it. But I think, to the mayor's point, I think the more, and I agree with you, Sherry, I don't like the appearance of government overreach. I absolutely don't, especially in the time that we're dealing with right now. But I think when it gets to, again, that coverage, the liability component of the city, the more that we can communicate that, the better coverage we provide ourselves.
Well, when people come to my house and ride a horse, there's helmets hanging on the wall. They can put them on or not, but the sign says ride at your own risk. That covers completely my liability. I don't have to say anything about put a helmet on. I say ride at your own risk, and that covers me. Does it not cover us to say ride at your own risk?
Well, you have to distinguish between a government facility and a privately owned facility. There's
does it
different
cover
law
us?
that applies to those.
So does it cover us or not?
Does it cover us? I think having the language saying riders must wear a helmet covers us more than not having it. By just saying ride at your own risk.
Okay, well, so anyway, I'm opposed to that. And then G, from 9 o'clock a.m., shouldn't it just be the same as the rest of our noise ordinances at 7 a.m.?
It's our parks.
That's when most of our other parks are open.
9 a.m.?
9 a.m., our restrooms, and that gives our staff a chance to get out there and do a sweep of the park before it opens, empty garbages, that type of stuff.
So our trails and stuff are 9 a.m.? People can't use the trails before 9?
No, the trails are a different animal. The trails are, skate park, all our other park facilities, they open at 9, and we're just trying to stay consistent with
No,
that.
got you. That was just a question I had.
Anthony, I did have one question actually on A, where you just talked about the types that are there. It says skateboarding, inline skating, and BMX freestyle biking only. I'm just curious, and it might just be my own misunderstanding, but how come the non-motorized scooters are not listed as a possible use in there? In fact, the video that you showed had somebody on a non-motorized scooter out on that pump track.
Really, there's no good reason why. We could include that, and we'll take that.
Like I say, I think for clarity.
Absolutely. I think we pulled this from our skate park ordinance, and it wasn't included in that, so that's something that we can definitely throw in when we bring it back to you.
I was going to ask a similar question about BMX bikes. I'm not a cyclist, so excuse my ignorance. Are BMX bikes the only ones allowed? Or do we need to be open that to non-motorized?
No, I would think any type of bicycle, two-wheel bicycle would be allowed on there. So again, there's some more clarification we could add to that language there.
I have a bike that's been hanging in the garage for 20 years. No, it's not.
Do you want me to go through the rest of the bullet points, or has everybody had a chance to look over that and give your feedback on that? This has been great feedback, so I appreciate that, and we'll, if there's nothing more, then we'll just bring this back to you maybe next council meeting, and with an updated list of rules and regulations for this.
So is our intent, I'm just looking at the eye, is our intent to leave it open all winter long unless there's snow on the track?
Yep, unless there's snow or ice, and we'd probably send staff out there after clearing sidewalks and other high priority areas to clean off the track, similar to what we do with the skate park.
Okay.
That's one of the last things that gets cleared, but we do try and send people out there to clear it off.
Any other questions or concerns?
I just have one question, section 1.4141 of the Herriman Code says punishable as an infraction. What is the punishment?
Chase?
Yeah, so that'll be part of the enforcement language that we'll add when we codify these rules. It'll have, first of all, it'll authorize the police to enforce these rules at the skate park. Second, it will likely assign just an infraction to that. And within
What would
that,
be the punishment for an infraction? That's the question.
within Title I, it says what the penalty is, and it refers back to state code. And the penalty for an infraction is like up to $1,000, but usually we just have a civil fine associated with an infraction of one of these rules.
I don't want somebody getting fined $1,000 for not wearing a helmet.
It's like a it's like a
Well, if you're on the
$25.
track, I'm worried already.
Referring to the code, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's a lot of referencing back and forth, but ultimately it would be like a $25 or $50 fine. And generally, what we've done, and we could do that with this situation as well, is your first time violation is a warning, a second violation is a fine, a third violation is an increased fine. Yeah, double or treble fine. So.
I'd like to see what the language around that says. For sure. Make some suggestions on that.
I mean, Chief has been really quiet here.
Taking it all in.
I think
I'll go over there and give him a helmet and ride with him.
Right. I think the approach always from our police department is education first, and I don't expect it to be any different as it relates to this.
Are there any outright concerns or that you haven't already addressed with staff?
No, we would, just as Councilman Smith indicated, we go over there and educate them.
And that's what we've always done, so.
You know the department, they'd end up riding around the track with them or something.
If there's ever a truly bad problem that's escalated, we need to have the tools.
Yeah.
To take care of it.
All right, we will move on then to item 2.2, City Council Strategic Planning Discussion and Future Work Meeting Schedule.
How about we shorten the time?
Brett, that's you.
Yeah,
Oh, I
I'm
was gonna
doing
second
my
that.
other thing. Sorry. Woo! Pay attention, right? Okay. Welcome to council meeting.
You guys thought I was kidding?
So, this came about of a conversation I had with Councilman Shields, and we actually have a strategic planning meeting always. It changed from January to November because it was difficult to try to get a date in January to meet. And Jared, you've been longer councilman, you're the senior member. Didn't work out so well. Didn't work out so well in January, so we moved it to November. When Mayor Freeman was in office, we went to a double strategic plan, one in the summer and August, a very pointed strategic planning with council. Not talking about so much numbers, but talking about where's the city going? What's your vision for it? How do we get there? And Councilman Shields was asking that question about, have we ever had this done as well? We've tried different types over the years. We've done retreats. We left the city. We've done it in the building. We've done it at the fire stations. We've done it logistics building. We brought outside facilitators. We tried to facilitate it ourselves. And then Councilman Shields decided that he would actually volunteer himself to facilitate the next one.
I did?
Well, that's pretty much what you said, yeah.
Wow.
But staff doesn't disagree because sometimes, you know, in reality, the city is what the vision, the city manager, his goal and job, any job application I've ever seen across the nation, they want your city manager to have a vision for the city. That has to come from the council and the public. To carry that forward. And I agree about having a good strategic planning session to find out what's on your minds and find out what you want. And we've tried those, but I would say make recommendations if we'd love to do it. We want it to be effective, but it takes dedication. It takes strong dedication. You got to lock yourselves down for a day or two, throw away the phones, whatever we got to do with them, and be focused on it so we actually get from the 5 of you what you want. And like I said, it not worked out so well for one reason or another. And I think it's because of disruptions in reality. Hope you can hear me. Jack just told me I need to speak up because the audience can't hear me very well, so I'm starting to scream now through the mask. But we would love to do it again. If Steve says he's done them before in the past.
He was very terse.
And I said, I'll do anything if we felt like we walk away that council as a whole has given us direction what they want their city to be. So there you go. We could do it in August. And then we still have our numbers one that we need, and that's where you go to these basins. You set the priorities of where you want to spend the money or impact fee monies. It's given to you every year. We make a recommendation, but I can go back through all the minutes and we can show you that we've given that tool to you decide. Once you set that in place, we start the budget cycle the 1st of January. Because we need 6 months to prepare your budget, right? So,
Well, I think
there you go.
The reason we had it in November, is we changed to November since I've been on, was because the legislative session was in January.
Legislative cycle was a problem. And then by the time we actually did it, was like the 3rd week in January. I'm looking at Jared.
Always gone.
And we are literally moving by department
So
to try to
Jared's fault.
try to
January is my fault.
try to put the budget together. And it's worked better for us to have it in November, to give direction on the numbers from the council. So
I think that that's a different meeting.
it is. I know what you're saying. So
Clear vision. Does that
I'm
make
opening the
sense?
door for
One
August.
is very high level, one is strategy, one is tactics, right? So, I want to have a meeting about strategy, not about the specific projects and tactics we're going to go to accomplish that, if that makes sense.
So I have a couple thoughts. One, historically, I think Brett's right as far as like the moderators have been brought into that meeting. It just hasn't really worked. And at least from my perspective, I think it's more because they're just kind of given a list of things to moderate. We show up at the meeting and we're just getting through the meeting. Right? It's not our agenda. It's not our vision, our strategy. It's, yeah, like my phone going, okay, what's the next item? Let's get out of here. Right? And I think that there's kind of 2 meetings being discussed to Steve's point, right? Brett says, well, we need direction from council on budget items, right? How are we going to proceed with some of these specific dates? And that's good in November, right? It's just ahead of the budget cycle. It gives them plenty of time to plan. I think what Steve's talking about, at least what I think several of us have talked about the last, year or 2, is, and maybe it is kind of more like what we tried to do several years ago, my first year or 2, with that summer meeting of, okay, what are some of the broader picture things that we want to try to dig into? That I think that has to be driven more by the 5 of us, right? It has to originate here. We can't put it on staff and say, you guys give us a list of things to talk about and we'll be there that day, right? So I think if we want to have more of that kind of a session, it needs to be driven by us, and we set the grade, we set the agenda, what we're going to do.
Yeah, and in my conversation with Brett, I'll take some responsibility for him volunteering me here.
Some of it.
So in a past life, I've done, I have a series of exercises and things that we can go through as a group to help kind of clarify some of those points, to help kind of, it's a way just for us to articulate some things, to get it down on paper, and it's not an agenda, it's not like it'll be moderated discussion or something like that. It's more like a series of kind of practices for helping to articulate vision statements and understanding, what it is we're trying to do, that kind of stuff. So I said I'd be happy to kind of walk us through some of those and some of the background information behind them. There's a lot of research that went into it. some of the science about how we work and make decisions and how it impacts, you know, the decisions we make, how it empowers staff to do certain things. You know, I think we can have a good discussion about that, but to your point, it is a different meeting than a budgetary discussion, so.
Just for me, I mean, a couple things over that, I'd say, looking back 8, 9 years now, that in my involvement, both as a resident and then this last, 4.5 years on the council, there's kind of some recurring themes, but it's been through the evolution of the city, at least in my eyes, during that time. When I started paying attention as a resident, there was just, it was in the midst of tons of development being approved, right? All these big projects, whether the town center, Rose Crest, the SLR that was annexing in behind my house, right? Just like anybody else, that's what got me in here the first time. There were just a bunch of huge projects like that, and the city was at a point where we didn't just incorporate with 1,000 residents, we were at, 20,000, and starting to be that teenager phase as we kind of use that growing up analogy. Since that point, right, but you've seen this through from the planning commission, right? This last 5 to 8 years, we've kind of gone from that, I guess, I would say 12 to 13-year-old stage to now we're kind of 18, right? And we have to figure out what we really want to be, what we want the finished product to be. We're kind of past the growing nurturing phase, and now we're looking at the end game. And so it's probably a good time to have that discussion amongst ourselves of, okay, what are the goals of this, right? We can't change the past and past decisions, whether they're ours or other councils, but we do control what's left of the future and what that looks like. So I guess that's what I propose, is that we kind of think about it that way and set a meeting for this summer that we run that agenda and welcome whatever staff to come and listen to us talk about some of those. And we amongst ourselves, we can circulate the topics, right? Here's kind of a couple things I'd like to talk about, etc.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I will add a couple of the thoughts that I've had on top of that I definitely agree, that's the type of meeting I want to talk a little bit about, maybe what's potential of how we hold that meeting. Obviously, it needs to be a public meeting, but there's really two schools of thought out there on, or I should say two, there's differing opinions of how you do that to allow a council to be effective in being able, as Brett brought up a minute ago, to minimize the distractions that can occur and really allow us to set everything aside and to have those deeper conversations we need to have about some of those topics. And if you look around, you don't have to look far to see that there's different schools of thought of whether a council should potentially spend any money to remove themselves from the city and go to a place, again, not in an attempt, because it's still an open meeting, but in an attempt to help minimize distractions and minimize everything else that's around them versus trying to do it here in City Hall. And I think that's one of the things that we really need to talk about as we look at setting a time and a place to hold that meeting is, again, how much do we want to really be able to set all the distractions aside? How committed are we, honestly, to setting those distractions aside and allowing to do it? And again, you're going to get differing opinions. I know that there are cities around us here, some that do spend money to allow them to be removed and leave the city and go someplace else and have that time away, and others that say, I don't think it's a good use of money. And obviously that can be debated, but at the end of the day, in order to have that discussion that we really need to have, you have to find a way to allow you to really get rid of the distractions and be willing to tell everybody else, family, work, your other work, whatever it is, that, okay, I'm not available this time. And I think we all have to be committed to that in order to make it the effective use of our time. Because I think we're all willing to spend the necessary time on the issues that are facing us here. I think we all have the city's best interests at heart, but it's hard. It's hard to give extra time sometimes when everything else is taking place in life, and we just have to be committed in the format that we choose as a group, and in being invested in that to make it, again, meaningful and productive for us to do it. But I'm willing to give the time to.
I think the one tool I actually liked what Steve offered up, and he did offer it up, I'm going with that, right? Is this, I think, because personalities are always different, I'm not sure where y'all will be, because we haven't done it since this group's come together, but you're probably more likely to listen from one of you than us bringing someone in or one of us doing it. And I think that's part of we're subordinate. You're a legislative body. But if you have a legislative body, talk to a legislative body and asking for those things and asking opinions and stuff and getting that vision or whatever strategy you want to come up with, I think it's going to be, I'm optimistic that this is the time it's going to work. And we have other options. We don't spend money because we've actually done, I don't know if you know, Utah Park and Recreation held their conference down in RSL on their indoor soccer field. Worked out great. We have options to get out of here. Fire Station 123 is always open just to use that. So we have options, and Jared knows we've done logistics, and Clint went out logistics with us for Unified Fire. But we will do whatever you want to do to help. We're here to support, help you make it happen. But you tell us what you want.
Yeah, and I thank you for those comments, and I do agree that it shouldn't be a task that staff should have to accomplish. It's just a task that people should have to accomplish. So maybe booking a place, you might rely on to do that, but creating the agenda, it should have to be our problem, not yours.
I will say from a staff perspective, when we used to meet and have these meetings with council and they would actually work and set their goals for the year, that was much more helpful, at least for me, especially in planning communication and in drafting the budget book, because I knew exactly what the council's goals were as a unified group at that time. And I feel like we have definitely veered away from that, and so it does make it a little bit more difficult to let the public know what exactly your goals are. So
Yeah, I mean, it's going back to what I was talking about last time with the keeping score thing, right? If we're not clearly articulating what it is that our goals are, what it is we're doing to achieve, the direction the city should be going, even to specific initiatives we'd like to see happening. If we're not articulating those well, we're not giving you clear direction, and then we don't have anything to hold you accountable to. And then there becomes this issue of, well, I'm frustrated that this is happening, and you're frustrated that council's not telling you what to do. And we get a kind of a less than optimized process here. When we're all clear what the outcome should be, and we're all clear the values that we're holding and the commonly held goals that we're all working towards, those decisions become clearer and easier for all of us. We can say these are decisions that help us get closer to these goals, these are decisions that take us away from those goals. And it becomes for lack of a better term, it becomes a decision-making paradigm that we can all share that helps us all make better decisions. So that's what I would hope that we could accomplish coming out of it. It just helps us all say, is this the kind of thing we should be saying yes to or saying no to? It's easier to make that decision when we're all clear on what we're trying to achieve.
But just this discussion has helped me understand more what, I mean, I saw this on the agenda and Steve and I had a brief conversation, but this discussion has helped me kind of understand a lot more about what we need to do on both. What we need to do on both sides, not what we need to do, but what we need to do on our side, but in order to help you guys. So what I'd suggest is maybe we work amongst ourselves between now and the next meeting to think about, talk about a time, location, and basic topics to tackle.
I think that's a good idea.
Actually, we're just gonna basically recommend the same thing, Jared, and that
Put it on
is
this next
put it on
agenda.
the next agenda for us to come back with the possibilities of those
Well, we
things.
already got a full council night, so.
And to help, I'm glad to be the focal point, help facilitate communication, taking notes. These are the things. I'll start taking notes on the agenda. If you guys have any ideas, send it to me. I'll start putting it together. I'll circulate it to everybody.
It seems like we could even just run an email chain with some dates that
Yeah.
are not available, so we can start blocking out those dates, so when
Sure.
we come back and be more productive, we'll say, "Okay, we got everybody's dates, they're not available, here's all the dates that are available, that way, at least we can know that then.
I'll just help keep track of that.
Perfect.
Okay, the second part to this was additional work meetings. We had this conversation, I think it was November, it might have been October, about add more meetings, and and since Councilman Shields come on board, he asked, it seems like we need more meetings, because we have so much, we have a big agenda items that take up the whole night and into the hours next morning, seems like. So we're bringing it up again, as do we want to try to have our official decision-making council meeting that interim Wednesday to have another work meeting. They may memorize the hours we're being here on this night, is the hope, but also keep us a little more fresh so we're not so tired by the time we get out of here at midnight or so. And just a thought, so now it's open for discussion for you all, what direction you want to take that. We already talked about it in our command staff, the CAB meeting on Monday, and we'll do whatever you want to do. Bottom line is, when we start figuring out how we put less impacts on staff. So if people, directors don't need to be here, or not getting a report to council, they'll not be here. But there'll be a certain of us that'll be here every meeting. So we're trying to minimize how many meetings they have at night during the week. So for the meeting, we'd have a meeting every Wednesday night. There, it's on the table. We talked about it before. We ended.
Well, can I ask a question to the council group then is, I'm certainly willing to, and we've talked about this before, obviously, and I've always been willing to add the extra meetings, you know, if we as a group felt like it was necessary to do so to be able to stay on top of it. The question I ask or want to have right now is, if we go through some of these other exercises that we just got through talking about, and we improve on our efficiency as a council, do we think that we will need those extra meetings? If we have those other discussions and really kind of align our, you know, our goals and objectives together, and we're all clear on what those are. That's the question I have, is where does the rest of the council really feel like we're at in terms of, do we just need to add a meeting because we just feel like there's just too much going on right now that we need to have that discussed, or do we think that we can streamline our process a little bit by doing some of these things we talked about, become more efficient?
So let me tell you what my thought was in asking this. It seems like every time we're having our work meeting, with the exception of the one meeting a couple weeks ago, which was delightful, it seems like all of our work meetings, we have to stop, come into our general meeting late, and then continue the work meeting after the general meeting. That just seems silly to me, to interrupt a discussion or a meeting on an important topic, or shifting things around, or making staff stay till after another meeting to address things. It just doesn't seem the best use of our time. And I'm not sure if we need to divide those in different nights, have a work meeting one night and a council meeting a different night. I don't know if we need to add a different work meeting so that we can make sure we only have topics that we can cover in 2.5 hours. I'm not sure what the right solution is. I'm just saying there's an issue that I think we can do better at, and it may require us restructuring when and how often we meet. So that was where my inquiry was coming from.
So, and that, yeah, I agree. It's catch-22. Do you want to work 4 10s or do you want to work 5 8s, right? It's like, do you want to come in every week and have shorter meetings, or do you want to stay and hammer it out for long meetings and only come twice? You know what I mean? I'm thinking for staff. I mean, obviously it's not 4 10s for them, but I'm just saying that, you know, is it a heavier burden to have to come in every week, or is it easier just to stay longer that day and know that next week you have it off? So that would be what I would question, it, you know, for staff, what would they really prefer? I know that you'll do whatever we say. I'm just asking what you would prefer.
Before you answer that, I want to throw out a few.
I just answered it, whatever you want us to do.
So to Clint's point of efficiency, that's kind of what I thought initially, and I think what I kind of responded back to Steve with an email was, sometimes I feel like, well, I don't feel like I've seen the data and studies done on meetings, right? Anything that lasts beyond an hour, you just lose efficiency. It's just decline. So our marathon meetings, yeah, we end up right. We get to 11 o'clock, we're like, I don't know what we're talking about anymore. We're just talking. So I actually kind of like the idea of breaking it up, right? Instead of adding another meeting, I can't do any more meetings, right? We've got board meetings, We've got all the committee meetings that we added this year, which should, the committee meetings, once we really get underway and become efficient, we're sending reports to each other on what happens in those committee meetings. That, I would think, should help with the efficiency during the actual work meeting. So we need to, if we're going to continue the committee thing, I think we need to fine tune that process and communicate with each other better on those sometimes weekly meetings, right? But looking at my schedule last week, I showed Steve, I'm like, I've got like 2 city meetings every single day, whether it's a board meeting with another entity and then I'm back over here for a traffic committee meeting or community development meeting. Like, I can't add any more meetings. I never see my family as it is. But I actually kind of like the idea of splitting it up instead of having a work meeting and then going into, formal council meeting. Maybe we would break that up so that we're not having that marathon and we lose that efficiency on that night. But we could also gain some efficiencies by being better with the other meetings we're doing, if that makes sense. The other thing I thought about was, and we had done it before, I believe it was actually my suggestion of having more work meetings to tackle projects when they came up, right? There was a time where for the first part of the year we had a meeting every week because there were several big projects that were eating up all the time. So for a temporary period, when there was something special that came up that needed extra time, or there was a big project that required extra time, we did add another meeting specifically for that, and it was much more efficient, and the other meetings could go. So those would be my suggestions, is that we fine-tune the committee meetings that we're having, right, and communicate better with each other on what's happening with those. I know I've tried to send some email reports out on some of those discussions, but I think maybe we need to do a better job of that, or rotate, because on some of those there's 2 of us on each of those committees. Maybe we rotate whose turn it is to send a report to the other council members. And that should kind of cut down some of the time in these work meetings, I would think, to be more efficient. I don't know what you guys think about splitting it up instead of having a work meeting and a council meeting the same night. We just have a council meeting. From the residents' point of view, when I first started coming to these meetings, I don't know about you guys, but sitting in the audience, I was totally confused what meeting I was supposed to go to. Like, it seems like all the actual discussion happened in the other meeting that I didn't even know about. I come in here, I'm waiting, and all these people funnel in from this other room, and they keep referencing what they were talking about in the other room, and I'm there to comment on something. I had no idea what was going on. So, and then kind of the big project, if there's something that is big that requires that attention, then maybe we add that for that big project or special project, whatever it is.
So just to clear, you're saying you'd support the idea of having city council meeting, general meeting, and work meeting on separate Wednesdays, and then as needed, add an additional meeting if there's a special project you needed to be.
We want to keep it the same night if that's better for staff, because I think that was a concern before too, was look, the off night, right, or the off week when we don't have council, they have planning commission. So we're adding another night away from home for them too. So I don't know if that works. I'm fine keeping it on the same night, if that's a concern, for staff, so that they don't have multiple nights each week.
Yeah, I think about, like, we have an individual that lives, an hour away from here, that she has to be here. And I think, gosh, if we have a city council meeting at 7 o'clock at night, that means that she just, I'm sure she'll fill her time, but she just has to be here until 7 before she can go home, you know what I mean? So it's like, I hate that, feels inconvenient to do it that way. I like the idea for sure.
But maybe we gain the efficiencies from the committee meetings.
Yeah, I like the idea for sure, because the work meeting, you might think about it during the week too. So you had that meeting, and then you come to city council the next week, and you've had all week to think about, oh, I should have said this, or I thought about this, or those kind of things. That's kind of nice too, to have a little bit of a gap in between.
Bingo.
So here's my roller setting right now. Just with all the
I can see the
comments.
smoke.
Yeah, well, I think smoke.
I thought you did.
So,
Fireman all sucked it in.
so, it wasn't, I can't remember how long ago, but it wasn't that long ago that we actually pushed the start of our regular council meetings to 7:30 to give us more time in the work meetings. And so as you start to kind of bring all of this together, talking about, how to be more efficient, how to maybe reduce the time, but still have an extra meeting, because I think ultimately the goal is Because if we're gonna add another night for a meeting in there, then we don't want it to just be another night that's from 5 to 10 or 11 o'clock. We want to be able to shorten all of those across the board in order to accomplish that. So, and I think that there's still value, obviously, in meeting some before the regular council meeting to do an agenda review, talk about things that we may want to see on an upcoming agenda. We may have a few questions on things that are on the agenda that night, those types of things. So I still think that that time is very valuable. So as I'm sitting here kind of listening and trying to piece all of that together on maybe how we can tackle this and accomplish it, I'll just kind of throw out there, let's say we add one additional just work meeting, and it becomes, because right now our regular meetings are on the second and fourth Wednesdays. So we say that the third Wednesday is our additional work meeting, but we move the start time of all of our meetings, because again, it's impacting all of our regular work schedules when we have to be here at 4:45 to be on time. But maybe we push the start of our work meeting to 5:30, give us all a little bit more time to attend to our regular duties. We bring the council meeting back up to 7 so that we can have a shorter work meeting and hopefully a shorter council meeting and still get out of here at a decent time. But that 5:30 becomes the norm for us on those 3 weeks in a row, and we be sensitive in saying, look, if we really don't need to be here on that extra meeting, then we can cancel it. If we become so efficient in what we're doing that we get ahead of it, then maybe,
I like your optimism.
then maybe we don't, and we can cancel, one here or there, but we keep it there and we say weeks 2, 3, and 4, those are our designated weeks. But again, we're gonna adjust our times and say it's 5:30, regardless of what night it is, move our council meetings back up to 7 to help bring us. And I think potentially, again, I'm just trying to pull all this together for us, that potentially that gives us a structure to help spread things out a little bit, but shorten the time across the board and allow us, again, to not have to rush so much or cut out of our regular jobs early to get here and get home a little better later on those nights and maybe see somebody before they actually go to bed.
I like that idea, right? Because I'm trying to put myself in Brett's shoes, trying to, talk to all the directors and get the agenda items together. How much time are they going to take, right? And are we going to have time in that hour and a half? And if we don't, the items that can wait get put on that third meeting.
Yeah.
Right? And so it will help us keep to that 5 to 7, and we're not coming back to a work meeting afterwards, right? That's the expectation that whatever goes on that agenda has to be done in that hour and a half.
And if it's not, we table it and we continue it to the next agenda. I think it's okay to put a time limit and say, we don't have to be here till midnight. I think it's okay to say, we're done by 9 o'clock. If we're not done by 9 o'clock, then it rolls on to the next agenda.
I mean,
Or
occasionally there's
whatever
something
time
big that comes up, right?
Yeah.
You've got to see through, but on a regular basis, right?
Yep. And we just say that that's our hour and a half, and that's all it's gonna be that week, and whatever we don't get, rolls to the next.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to
There's
your
that
point-
there's that third meeting that it can go to, right? So it's not just always kicking the can. It's that if we don't get it done here, it's done.
But I think, Clint, you articulated at the beginning of your thought there, that 90-minute meeting is a little different kind of meeting than what we've been doing now. That is more of a review of the agenda, highlighting a couple things that are coming up. It's less
I don't even think that needs to be 9 days.
deliberative kind of thing from us, right? It's more of a, update your staff, you're gonna see this tonight, you have to make a decision on this, here's a review of something, here's some questions you had at the last work meeting, we want to update you before it becomes an agenda item tonight, right? That kind of stuff. And then it gives us a chance, like Sherry said, to have a week between the meeting and go, oh, gosh, I should have asked about that. But now we get to ask it a week later before we
I
have
think it's a
it.
combination of both.
Yeah.
I think it really is, we get to review the agenda. Generally speaking, the way we're handling things that come up on our regular meetings, we've thoroughly talked through them before they move to the agenda for action. So I think we've done that. This should really give us, I'm hoping, give us the format to take care of those formalities, start with your task list, those types of things, and still have a couple of items on there that we can talk about that night in that 90-minute time frame, and still make good work of those without, again, saying, well, we still have 7 items that we need to cover after the regular meeting's over, type thing.
Yeah, and to your point, I think it gives staff an opportunity, Brett, city manager updates, so he's gonna get us in that week, right? So he doesn't have to try and track us all down on a Tuesday evening to give us an update, just give it to us all on Wednesday.
About communication efficiencies,
Yeah.
I believe that that certainly is going to help that because it gives us an opportunity to meet with staff and with ourselves one time more frequently. That's going to obviously increase that communication and increase the efficiency that comes along with it.
Yeah.
There's some truth to that. When we look at the list of SEMA updates tonight, because we posted it a week ago, we couldn't change the agenda. So if we would have been meeting last week, we would have had something that's already done. So there's some thoughts to that. I mean, it's just worth trying.
So efficiency, continuity, hopefully it gives us a hard deadline on some meeting times so we can manage to a little more appropriately.
I think it's okay to be optimistic because there was a time that we didn't need the extra. I mean, I think that there's going to be times that meeting's not necessary.
Yeah.
And we'll just keep moving along. And then there's time, but it's set there as a placeholder for when it is necessary.
Well, and I mean, as we talked about, July is a good example where we've only got one opportunity to meet in July anyways because of the holiday, and we have a few of those other things certainly throughout the year because of the holidays. This at least gives us another opportunity in there to still meet in a work meeting setting.
Yeah.
Then I'd still give the expectation to Brett and directors that, you know, if there's projects that are piling up that they really can't move on without us making decisions, then they've got to tell us, there's a couple of these big things, we need a special meeting for this one or two things, right?
Absolutely. And to the point of agendas and those types of things, hopefully, again, by becoming more efficient, streamlining this process, now the people that have to work to get put together those agendas are putting together 500-page agendas on a weekly basis. And it should help lighten the load and make those agendas be a little bit, we hope. I'm being optimistic.
So 500 would be the normal because they've been 1,200 lately.
I'm being optimistic. I'm being optimistic, again, that overall this efficiency becomes more efficient for staff as well and helps to, again, instead of putting every other week these huge agendas with all the documentation together, I realize it adds another one in there, but again, where it's just a work meeting, there's other efficiencies I think that can be added in
And
there.
honestly, I think there's a benefit to applicants as well who have items pending before the council, right? Right now, we have a meeting, and then we have to go all the way 2 weeks later to the next meeting to have a follow-up, and then it's another 2 weeks later before there could potentially be an action item on something. This actually gives us an opportunity to have a work meeting, have a follow-up work meeting, a week later, get some input, make a discussion, and potentially have faster action on things that are appropriately done at the time, right? I think it not only benefits us as a council, but it can benefit, residents and applicants trying to accomplish things too.
I just want to make one comment, and we're on board, first and foremost. But the biggest thing that we saw, no one in this room had a problem with the possibility of this changing, because we talked about it. But the expectation the council's given direction on about having everything in the packet and that review process, and you get to see the draft, it's going to feel like this train is never going to stop. And I know that's my concern when it comes to our city recorder, because, well, Sherry started, I'm going to finish, so.
And honestly, Brett, that's why I brought up the point that I did, is because I know that is challenging. And the last thing that I want to do in this process of trying to help us be more effective and efficient is continue to pile on staff.
Yeah.
So I'm very hopeful that in doing this, it will help spread that out and help become more efficient for staff as
Brett, I
well.
think there's an opportunity, right, is that there's city council meeting every other week, right? You're trying to get your agenda, there's going to be a work meeting.
Yeah, it's going to be the same schedule.
If you can't fit it in, it's okay to let something roll. It's 7 more days, it's not 14 more days. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I think there's an opportunity to give you guys a pressure relief valve.
I think it's going to be a more consistent schedule. So remember, okay, 2 weeks we have to do this week, next week, the review process, because as you know, and you love it, you like every PowerPoint, every presentation in the work meetings, along with the council meetings. We're just trying to wrap our head around that, on the time that's going to take to do it every single week. and we're on board, like I said.
Well, let me be clarified.
But
I personally can't do every week. I just can't.
You what?
I cannot do every week.
Right, and that's not what I.
Right? That's not what we're.
Yeah,
That's not what we're
the
suggesting.
first week and maybe a fifth Wednesday.
And maybe we're not connecting our communication. I think what Clint and I are talking about is we've got our council meetings every other week, and we shorten that work meeting that's connected with them, right? And there's simply one other work meeting. That's it. One
I
other
was
work
not hearing
meeting.
that.
Weeks,
It's in between the week in between the
weeks 2, 3, and 4.
So it's not every week, because that
So
would be
it's work
that'd be a
meeting, council
full-time
meeting, work
job
meeting,
for
and
you
work meeting,
guys
council
just to
meeting.
prepare your presentations
Council
and stuff.
work,
And
council.
how would you have everything?
Council work,
mean,
council. Right.
Each one of you would need a full-time person just to prepare all.
It's 3 weeks on, 2 weeks off, right?
Yeah.
Fifth make is joint meeting,
Yeah, but if we want those
3-4 times a year.
We're done.
And to me, that third meeting is an incentive to get everything done in those two, so I don't have to come to that third. I'm just, right?
Yes, it's like the
So I'd like to chime in here on this. I think that 90 minutes before, if we're gonna add an extra meeting, I think 90 minutes before the regular work meeting is probably too much, because I know that we are more than capable of filling up any time that we give ourselves. And so if we give ourselves 90 minutes, we're gonna take 90 minutes. So my suggestion would be, let's start at 5:30 and move our city council meetings up to 6:30. That lets us get out even earlier. That lets us, staff go home at a more reasonable time
You said 6:30?
to start the general meeting.
And I think it increases the likelihood that we'll always
Have the third, right?
Yeah.
I'm good with starting with the 90 minutes.
Yeah, we're burning
And-
up 2.5 hours now easily.
And if you start the general council meeting before 7, that really hurts the public's ability to come.
It was just a suggestion.
But moving it back to 7 works, and actually 5:30 helps Sherry on that. One meeting a month too.
yeah, 5:30 to 7 for your.
Well, that's why I'm trying to, how do we do that? That was ultimately why I said.
Okay, we'll try to push out a schedule and let you review that if we, soon we figure we capture everything you said.
So just to be clear then, we would have, in 2 weeks, we would have a meeting, a work meeting starting at 5:30. Oh, no, that's.
Let's just say beginning July.
We can't do that until we've
You have to adopt it.
Yeah, we have to notice.
So it'll be that.
Start July, start August.
So July 8th, we'll adopt the new schedule.
Oh, we love those too.
If you wanted to do a special work meeting in July, we could accommodate that.
If it's just to set the, like, if you're just wanting to set this schedule, then.
We'll let staff
But yeah,
That is not
We'll
anything
have
that
it
we are
July.
concerned about. We can adjust the time, the start time of, you know, what is on the agenda would.
So let me hear it, so.
Okay,
have we given you enough fuzzy direction?
good thing you can't read my face, right?
Are we, do we have any, is that the end of that item? Sorry?
What's that?
Are we good? Do you have all you need for that item?
Yep, on that item, yes.
Okay, all right. Then we will move on to item 2.3, Unified Fire Service Area Update. Alan Ray, Tammy Moody, City, Brent Manager.
And we added all
Yeah,
these
15
names for a
minutes.
reason. Because we all attended a meeting with Unified Fire, Don Burchett and Tony Hill. And they're back here in the audience. And we just basically come together about setting some parameters about how we move forward of gathering more information, given by direction by Councilman Henderson and the rest of the council about looking into the numbers on the district side of things. And it was a really good meeting. They've been phenomenal to work with, and then we'll continue. We're setting up meetings. We'll actually add Ifu Ufile, who's the Administrator for Unified Fire Service Area in those meetings, be myself, our CFO, Alan, Tammy, and Tony Hill. And I think Dom's going to make those meetings as well, make sure that we have good representation. And then probably in a few weeks, we'll be able to come back with you with some good dialogue and good understanding where we're at as a community with the district of the fire service. Jerry, would you like to add any comment?
Nope.
What about Alan, you?
I think that sums up pretty well what we, they came to the meeting with a fair amount of data for us to look at, and sit down with them and ask some questions. We've talked, but they've been very open with us about the numbers and what
Got a lot of, I mean, I've reported you guys through some emails with, after every one of those meetings to make sure that everybody's in the loop, but one of the questions, and Steve stepped out for a second, one of the questions is, this isn't the same situation as we had with another service provider, and the answer is no. We're not only communicating really well, but they're helping us understand a lot of things, so we look forward to those coming meetings in the process over this next, I think kind of the time frame we were looking at is kind of that next 60 to 90 days. I made the point to Chief Peterson in the meeting that we had that it's not fair for us to take too much time in our deliberations and hold up the rest of the organization with the plans that they need to make. So we need to, this is one of those special projects we need to put the time into and really know what we need to do for our community so that the rest of our partners can make plans.
So we will probably meet this next week with representatives. I've said they'll be at the table. Chief Peterson, and I will say Tony Hill. I can't see him, he's right kind of that direction behind me. Phenomenal people. They're very open book, very transparent. I can say, known them both since they both came on board with Unified Fire. They've been, here's the books, what questions you have. It's been a totally different relationship we had with our separation from Slovisa and stuff. It's hard to get numbers. This is not hard. You ask for it, here it is. And if you look at their budget book, it's similar looking like ours, which is great reading and easy to understand. So they've been very open and very straightforward and honest with us, and it's just been so rewarding and refreshing that Don and Tony and Chief Peterson are phenomenal people to work with, and how easy it is to just ask any question, be very candid and open and honest, and it's just been, like I said, I can't say enough about how refreshing that is.
I think I need to mention, Chief Peterson asked me to mention that of their support of whatever decision it is that we make going forward, that they're partners in this, and they'll support us in whatever those decisions are, whether it's getting information to make this, but afterwards they'll support us. So
Yeah, it's been refreshing. We get information third hand, obviously, because Jared's a point person on that, but thank you. It's been a very different experience than what we went through with the others. So thank you for being willing, and thank you for helping us and just being a good partner in this. We really appreciate that.
I don't know if Chief Burchett or Tony want to make any comment?
Well, the next item is 2.3.1, which is the introduction of Tony Hill. So I think we should.
Well, I'm just going to move into that because they're together on the agenda.
I think Brett did the introduction. It's more if they want to say anything now.
Well, it's really good to be here in person finally. I've been on the camera the whole time, but really nothing more than what you guys have already added. Councilman Henderson said it very well that Chief Peterson wants the community to win. So whatever decision you guys come to, as long as the community wins, we're behind that. And Tony and Alan are going to be working together to get all the information that you need to make the best decision that you can, and we're supporting that. So we started that last week, and they'll continue as many meetings as they need to get everything that you need. So any questions you have, we're happy to answer them, and just help you make the decision.
I do have one comment. Maybe in our meeting a couple of weeks ago, there may have been some comments misinterpreted by even you guys, because we went through a rough time with our last separation, and so you kind of walk away with this kind of jaded attitude, wondering, oh, is this going to be the same mess? And so it was really refreshing to see how well you guys are doing this. So if there was anything that was at all offensive or taken that way as far as our skepticism, my apologies, because it was just simply from bad baggage. So we really are breath of fresh air to know how you've been dealing with
I really
this
have
at
tried
this
to tell them you guys are great people.
Yeah. It was great to hear the feedback and know that, so thank you.
And it's especially rewarding to have you guys listen to our concerns and be willing to delay even action on items to address what those concerns are. That is, just shows so much good faith on your part. makes you guys our partners in making these decisions. We just appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Well, I have to include the other board members in that too. I mean, for UFSA, there's 13 other, members. And it wasn't just UFA and Chief Peterson, but it was all those other board members understanding. So the communication that they've helped us with those other board members has facilitated that and will continue to as we go through this.
That's awesome.
I just want to thank you all for those involved, make sure the fires at Eagle Mountain are staying over on that side of the mountain, not coming over, getting them put out quickly. So nice work on that, by the way.
He made the wind change.
Very good. We're glad to have you then. It's powerful.
I'll just say I'd probably come at this at just a little bit different angle. I had the pleasure of knowing these two individuals for quite a long time, and I'm just glad that they haven't held what they know about me against me now sitting on this side of the aisle from them. So great people, great organization, and appreciate your willingness to be a partner as we go through this discussion and again figure out what is the best for our community moving forward. And that's the ultimate goal, and I know that's the goal of you as a service provider as well. So
Tony, do you have anything to add? I mean, you don't have to.
I'm just gonna say ditto to everything.
Ditto to everything.
I'm feeling the same way, Dom, and same as the board, so.
That's an efficient meeting.
Yeah.
Sorry you had to sit through the other part of it.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it. Is there any more discussion you have on this item?
like I say, I think just the fact that they're here to sit through, as Jared just said, everything else, just to let us know that they're here and a partner speaks volumes about the relationship that the city has with UFA.
We wanted to kind of have this publicly, right? We've had several of those meetings ourselves and I've communicated with you guys, but we wanted to have this forum publicly so that people could come back and look at it and see what our discussion was.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Tony. Chief, I guess you're around for us tonight, right? You're staying around, right?
Tony gets to stay for the rest of the night.
Bring your sticky bag.
All right, we'll move on to item 2.4, Herriman Canine Memorial Dog Park update.
Okay, if you remember the last council meeting, we came to you with an update on the dog park. And since that meeting, we met with our contractor to try to whittle down some of those charges. Jonathan has prepared a sheet for you as we met with the contractor to go through some of the places where we feel like we can cut without cutting the intention of the park. We also talked about some places where we could phase in different amenities later on as more funding becomes available through donations or foundations. Chase and I have been meeting and are meeting with residents tomorrow about setting up a nonprofit organization for these types of things, not only for dog parks, but for all amenities that our residents are asking for, but that we just don't have that funding for, to fill in that gap. So we'll put the time over to Jonathan, and he's got the down low on the numbers.
Yeah, so maybe what I'll do is I'll just kind of run through this sheet here at the top, and just discuss this a little bit. So as you know, the original price is 1.6 million essentially, and based on the conversation that we had last council, we either eliminated or have placed for a future phase approximately $362,000 worth on the project, which brings the adjustment to the project price 1.2 million, or 1,195,000. Excuse me, 1.2 million. Let's leave it there. And then and then what we are recommending is a project contingency of 10%, which would be a revised total recommended budget for the project to be 1.3 million. And that's the general summary of what we're discussing here. Maybe it's useful, we can kind of talk through all the items that we've either reduced or pushed to a future time. The biggest one on the item that was removed, as you'll look at those list of items, it is we've eliminated the splash pad. The splash pad itself, to be truthful, is not necessarily the most expensive part, but rather the utilities that serve the splash pad. So the utilities being removed and the splash pad is obvious, almost, it's a pretty high reduction, so $87,000. Taking a look at the shade structures, we removed the drinking fountain.
Number 2, we're leaving it.
There will still be a drinking fountain. Taking a look at the concrete, we're taking the very front structure, kind of reducing the size of it a little bit. The mow strips, we're tightening them up just a little bit. They'll still be there. Taking a look at the boulders, maybe looking at reducing some of those, as well as crusher fine passes. Just we might replace those with base coarse material as opposed to just crusher fine pad. Both very functional. So those are the items that we proposed based on our conversation with council to eliminate.
So can we see what the bid is? Like, I love that you listed out the things that you're taking out, but I still want to know what's costing $1.3 million. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, what are we putting into this? Because I know, back to Tammy's point, those were opinions. There was a lot of opinions about $1.3 million for some dogs to run around and play on some grass. And the other thing is that it's just an amenity for a certain portion of our citizens, but all of our citizens pay for it. So it's like, is that fair? So I would like to understand what, because it seems like you could put in some fence and some sods for pretty cheap, right? So I just want to understand what are all of the costs that are associated with $1.3 million.
And sure, maybe a few points that might be helpful is as we're creating the construction documents, we painstakingly ask for a bid schedule. And so we break up every piece as much as it makes sense. So I'm just looking at the bid schedule right now. We broke it down into 104 different items. And so the contractor, when we go through the bidding process, they give us a price for each one of those items. That information can be provided, right, to whoever is asking, right? We could provide that information if it's helpful.
It would be helpful for me because then I can
Send that to the council.
start saying, this is why, 1.3. And I understand the vision of the park for sure. But again, it's back to that representing the public, and if we're getting that much pushback, and it's just simply for a function of dogs to recreate there, then obviously the vision was for the Canine Memorial more than it was just for a dog park. So then we have to say it's not just a dog park, and here's the numbers to justify that. So I'm saying it just helps me just have some meat to the argument.
And if it's helpful, let me just highlight maybe just a couple of unique things specific to this that might highlight what are some expensive items.
Yeah.
Again, that splash pad, it's almost, a tenth of a million, right? $85,000, it's quite a bit, so we're removing that obviously. But there's an existing roadway, Bobcat, as you know, that's intended to be removed. That's a removal process that needs to be part of that. So that's one item. Second is so this is an existing detention pond facility. Right now, to get fill on site, typically it takes quite a bit to get some fill there. And then I'd say probably the last item to highlight, landscape and irrigation costs, just unit costs in general, are insanely high, and a lot more so than what we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's just a.
Do they break that out to cost of materials and labor?
No.
I think labor is a huge one, and that's, I think, the comments that a lot of us have been getting is, look, if you need somebody to help throw some sod,
Yeah.
we'll go volunteer. And for something like this, it is kind of a niche market, if you will, and there are motivated people who not only would, but want to be involved, whether it's monetarily or they want to be there and lay the sod and sort of thing. I don't know if we want to necessarily get into that from a liability perspective and all, but we have these volunteer lists, etc. So it would be nice to see that and see if there's any opportunity to accommodate some of that, not just to save money, but to involve the people who want to be involved from their citizenry.
So the information I'll provide does not include labor versus material, but rather just the overall cost to us that we
Because it puts skin in the game too. It's like
Yeah.
if you can come and help do it, it's like you have an ownership in it, and maybe you take better care of it, those kind of things.
Putting names on benches and some of those things that we
Yeah.
talked about. The other thing that I had thought of that you just mentioned briefly, like a lot of the comments and calls, texts, emails that I've gotten now are sticker shock and saying, well, when we did a dog park where I'd last in the city where I came from or whatever, we just put some fence around some grass. people understand this is Herriman, there is no existing grass. I mean, I believe there's like 1 or 2 irrigated fields left in the city, that's it. Everything else is, I mean, this is dry farm country, right? There's no just pasture to throw a fence around, right? So there's a road that has to be demolished, right? That's a huge cost. It's not, I mean, if there's a lot of excavation and earthwork to do in addition to just leveling and landscaping, right? Which we've always, the estimates of that is always $250,000 per acre just to level it and irrigate it, put sod on. So there's a lot more to that. So I think that information will be helpful for us to give that feedback back to people that, yeah, this isn't just throwing a fence around some grass that's already there.
Yeah, that's just helpful.
Sorry, Sharon, I was just going to say, the one item that I think as far as people participating in that, might I add, I don't know if that's the most efficient way to reduce costs. I think you spoke to that, but you know, maybe just throwing that out there.
So I don't know if we want to get into any of that, but at least we can look at it and.
Have to demo the road? Can you use it as a track? I mean, do you have to demo it?
We can take a look to see if the grade of the existing road is where we're intending for the new trail to go. I would say that probably the best use if I'll have to get back with you on that. My first thought went to, could we use it for the trail? Take a look at the condition of it, see the grade, take a look at that.
Especially if it's new.
That road was actually installed with Riverton money because they have only one way in and way out.
Come get it.
I just want to be sensitive that we're getting the benefit out of it after the fact, but then we're closing it, so.
The other point I want to make publicly for anybody that might come back and watch this is the way that it is funded, right? And it goes back to the impact fee discussion, but this isn't money that's coming out of people's property taxes or.
Yeah, thanks, Jared, for bringing that up. And I asked Wendy to talk about this too, is that there were a lot of comments about, well, why are we spending that money on a park when we need X, or we could use that money for Y?
Well, and the park fee is for maintenance and doesn't even come close to covering maintenance of parks.
Right.
So the park fees aren't used for this. This is impact fees, so fees that are collected to build new parks, and that's all they can be used for.
That's a great point. The only thing on that though goes back to the point that Steve was talking about earlier. It's like, yeah, but we spend, $1.3 million on this park. Maybe we could only spend $300,000 on this park, and we have $1 million to spend on another park that more people use. You know what I mean? There's an argument to be made both ways.
I don't want to chase that rabbit down the hole because that's a whole nother discussion that I know I've brought up with several of you, including Brett, is cable. When we look at impact fees, sometimes it's tempting to just say, well, we have this much in impact fees this year to spend, but we need to go to Chase's point in his interview that I wrote down, and I will not let you forget, is we need to look at what our obligations are. All these MDAs that say that we are going to reimburse them for putting their parks in, like how much do we have left to collect to make good on those promises?
Because then at some point, then it is going to be the taxpayers' money that's putting those all in. So it just depends on which pocket you want to pull it out of. But it's going to be taxpayer money at some point if we're short.
Wendy, we've been looking for a place to put a dog park for years. And just correct me, but I believe that, this is part of the parks master plan as well.
It is.
So it's been something that's been on, again, we've had a need, a desire for this amenity for a long, long time. And it's been something that we have talked about wanting to accomplish for a long, long time as well. And so the way I look at it, definitely fiscal accountability, again, I've said this before, is always, I think, the main job of the council here is to make sure that we're being fiscally responsible with our taxpayers' money. Again, a whole nother discussion on the impact fee side of things and how those are used. And I think when we have that discussion, it's a great time, again, to use that as another education opportunity for our residents to help them understand impact fees and why they're collected and how they're used and all those things. I think that's a great time to do that for all of us. When it comes to the actual amenity itself, me personally, I don't get too wrapped up in the fact that there's going to be those that say, well, I'll never use that, because we have a lot of facilities that a lot of other people don't use, but they still pay for it.
Equestrian arena is a great.
Yeah, the equestrian arena is a great one.
Skate park.
It's skate park. I mean, we could go on.
A bike
We could,
pump?
We're gonna
right.
have council night at the skate park.
Blackridge. Totally on the bike.
So again, I think it's just important for us to look at this again as part of the plans, the master plan that has been in place for the city, the amenity that it provides, and again, there's more in the way that this is designed. And what I appreciate about the design, again, recognizing that everything comes at a cost, is that the amenity provides something in there that's more than just a place for a dog to run. Because that's been one of, honestly, my complaints about some of the other dog parks I've seen around, is it is just as kind of what was described, some grass with a fence around it. And that is not enjoyable for the dog owners at all, to go and spend the time there. So I think I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that's went into the design and making it a useful amenity. Again, it's a dog park and we recognize that, and there are other opportunities for us to highlight the canines that have served our community in doing so, and we can phase those types of things in. But unfortunately, the fact of the matter is that to Jared's point, $250,000 really, generally speaking, to just level and put sod and stuff on a quarter acre, on an acre, you know. So these types of projects are expensive.
Can I ask a question, just kind of go along with that? This is approximately how many acres?
Just under 5.
Just under 5 acres. As a comparison, there's a 5-acre parcel we just talked about over a mountain view that could be a park, right? It's on a corner, right? What would that cost for sod and irrigation? I mean, that's a relatively flat piece of land. There's not a lot of earth moving that needs to be done. We're just talking, you know, irrigation, some trees and some grass. What would kind of be the estimated expenses for just something like that? Just as a contrast to what we're talking about with all the amenities that are here.
That's a good question. So we're seeing costs come in for both irrigation and landscaping. And that includes your mobilization, the contractor there, bond fees. You're looking somewhere between $3 to $4 a square foot. When you do the math, it ends up about $750,000.
So just a people park would be $750 with nothing else. Right.
Fences, no
So-
parking lot, no.
Got it. So,
no trees.
yeah, and I totally understand that. I just not sure that the public in general has an understanding of how much things just cost. And I think when comparing all the amenities, the parking lot, the memorials, the benches, everything else that's going into here, we're not talking about a $1.3 million discretion here. We're only talking about $500,000 or $600,000 of discretion. And I think that's an important point for the public to understand.
Anybody with any amount of yard in their yard at home right now knows how much it is to put in sprinklers and lawn, a few bushes, and then to water it.
That's why I think it really helps to get more detail like that, because then you can say, do you understand that this is how much it costs just to put in sod on a fence? You know, I mean, that kind of stuff, so that there's, just gives more information so they can understand that a little bit better.
I really appreciate the work that's gone into going in and looking at, again, some of those things that we can remove to help bring the cost down, and some of those things that we can phase in over time. And I think that's a good way to do it, even though, again, that always, going back and trying to find money sometimes becomes more difficult than budgeting it, you know, right up front the first time. But that being said, again, I know that this is an amenity that has been asked for a very, very long time in our community. And I think this is a great use of that space that we have over there in order to do that. And puts it really in a pretty good location, again, in proximity to the park that we have, you know, Crane Park right outside our doors here, in the city center field that we're building. And I really appreciate the work that's gone into it. I think that obviously continue to look at ways to be more, you know, efficient in the way that we do it. But I'm very supportive of continuing this project moving forward.
So just a quick question for me. So the adjusted price is 1.195. Does that include the 139 for the delayed?
The what? Excuse me.
Does that include the 139,000 for the items that we're delaying? So if we were to not delay those items, would it be under?
No. Yeah, it does not include it.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you add up the reduced items And the future items, it equals the total reduction of 362,000.
The difference in there is the contingency.
Hopefully, we don't need that.
Right.
But it's
And if
getting
there's
fun.
some of that contingency left, then we might be able to get some of those other things back in that we got off on.
Yeah, I would agree. Just great work, Wendy. Appreciate you guys spending the time as a staff to go through these. We may need to sharpen a pencil on a couple more things, but I think it's important that the public continues to understand this is a robust process. We're going through this, we're reviewing it, we're reconsidering some of the assumptions that we made, trying to get this budget more in line with what was already planned. So, thank you.
So next council meeting, you want more detail? The spreadsheet list and bring it back up again?
I would just email it out.
Understand that a little bit.
And then we can come back as an agenda item just to give our feedback and discussion on it.
Okay.
And whether it's at the next meeting, or if you want to just send it with the email, Wendy, I'd be curious to know your thoughts, your department's thoughts on ways to involve the public, whether it's donation or volunteering.
I love the nonprofits, that kind of stuff is great, and efforts like that.
I know sometimes that complicates it, right? It's easier just to pay the contractor to do it, but these are some of these are just great opportunities to involve the community, right? Get that civic buy-in.
Well, as you talked about again, that nonprofit, you know, some of the other amenities in there that's on that future phase list, you know, money could be raised for those specifically. Maybe it's the memorial sign itself, significant piece to that long term with the memorial sign. The dog park sign, they're just things I think in there that, you know, that get buy-in and really utilize that foundation to help get some of these other value-added things in there without obviously the expense coming to the city. So how much are we pushing this back as we continue to ask for more information?
That's a Jonathan question.
So we do struggle just a little bit. The risk, I think, at most, we have a bidder, and in the contract documents, it says that we can hold on to their bid for 30 days. We've been through a pretty extensive bidding process with, you know, having a lot of bidders to this point. So there is a sense of urgency. However, they are motivated to keep the job. I can touch base with them to see how they're doing, just to give a feel on how much of a risk it is to lose this bid.
At what point do you need some sort of official guidance or decision from us?
As soon as possible.
Well, that's what I'm asking, because we continue to push this, asking for more information, but is that additional information for us to be able to better justify for the residents, and so that we can have that justification, or is that we really need that to make the decision? The last thing I want to do is force us to go through that whole process again. Exactly.
But I think it's both. I think that we have to justify it for the residents, because that's where.
Absolutely. I'm not saying that we shouldn't. What I'm saying is, I don't think that information would change my mind at this point. Now that we've had staff take a look at it, I would be ready to get direction that says, yes, with these reductions, I'm comfortable with staff moving forward. You know, I don't want us to lose the bid or to have to go through additional processes because we've wanted some more information and more information and more information. I'm not saying that, and that's why I'm asking the question. I'm not saying there's a right or wrong answer today. I'm saying, at what point do we need to get them a solid answer so they can move forward?
For sure.
I don't want to, hold anything up unnecessarily, but I want to do it right too.
Absolutely. So that was the question: is when do you guys need an answer? What's the time?
And I hesitate to say this exactly, but like I said, I think they're pretty motivated to hold on to this. I don't think there's going to be a problem for us if we want to take a month or so. I don't think that's going to be a problem. I can just get back with the contractor, and then perhaps when we send this information off, they might just shoot off that information as well.
Yeah, because it's like what Clint said too. He said it's a lot easier to come up with, to budget it now than come up with it later. And so we might, through this month process, find an avenue that we can do everything up front, when we want to do it. So.
Yeah, and I think there's still some questions, right, about the feasibility of the road and avoiding the demolition of the road. Could it be used for another purpose? And how would that impact this budget? All those things I think need to be answered before we can really give a thumbs up on it.
So
those are reasonable questions.
Keeping in mind that if we don't do it at our next meeting, it will be an entire month after that before we have an additional meeting for us to take action.
Keep in mind that this is not budgeted. We'll need to do a budget amendment for the difference. We are scheduling one for the July meeting, 8th meeting, because of some other things we have, so we'll probably be bringing this to you in a budget amendment at that time.
It was budgeted for this fiscal year, not.
But it was budgeted for the million, and that would have to be budgeted.
One more question for you, and I'm gonna drag Chase in the mud on this one probably a little bit. Some of the recommendations from the contractor have been to allow for sponsorships. And that would be putting different companies' names on different amenities, allowing them to have sponsorship of the parks. Is that something that the city is open to? I think that really opens us up to a lot of issues, but we do use sponsors for other events, community events, and those types of things. But this is more of a permanent situation. And I don't know if Chase wants to speak to the
What kind of
concerns.
negative issues potentially?
I mean, you'd be entering into a sponsorship agreement with a private entity, right? And, I mean,
It says we'll take your money and you can get a sign there.
right. And that, it would really come down to how we define the scope of that relationship, right? And
So if, for example, we go into a sponsorship agreement with a corporation, and then that corporation does something that is not very tasteful, or maybe it's not agreeable with our community, there's a way to back out.
right, we craft the agreement such that it gives us flexibility to opt out if we need to.
What would be the difference between sponsorship or just having an advertising area, an advertising agreement versus a sponsorship?
I think I think it's pretty much the same thing, right? It would all be, again, the language we come up with in the agreement and what kind of terms we can come up with.
I'm hesitant to do anything like that on a permanent basis. I'm absolutely willing to have staff look into it and come with a recommendation, but having something other than the city's name on city amenities, you know, as a permanent thing is something that gives me pause. So I would look for a recommendation and see how it was done in other cities in a tasteful manner to see if that's something I'd be willing to consider. But personally, I would have a hard time wanting to.
I'm just
I
curious
wouldn't
if
want
your
anything.
pause was P-A-U-S-E or P-A-W-S.
I wouldn't want anything permanent,
But I think
right? I
with
mean, that's a
sponsorship,
whole
that's
different
kind of
kettle
what
of
they
fish. But
often
if
are
it's,
looking for.
because you see that all the time with schools, right? The baseball field's got a board with sponsors, whatever. Yeah, it's basically more advertising.
And I'd be much more open to that.
Yeah, I wouldn't want anything that's permanent. I mean, no business is permanent.
I would say I'm actually open to that.
Yeah, I like the
I'm
idea.
open to a permanent sponsorship depending on what it looks like and how much it is. And I mean, if a corporation wants to come in and give us $1 million and they want to put a little plaque with their name on it, that sounds like a great deal to me.
And that is
So
why I want the.
there's definitely some give and take there. If somebody wants to give us a small amount of money and then have, you know, their founder statue right next to Hondo, I don't go with that either, right? And I'm being facetious to exercise extremes here. I think there's a place where corporate donations and tasteful name on a plaque or something like that is a fair trade-off if we can really get this budget.
Well, and I think
So-
that you're making a point as I was thinking of who would want to come to our community and participate. I know that, you know, for an example, there's a mining company around here that has been a big part of this community for a long time. And so something like that, I'd be much more willing and open to, as opposed to, you know, an energy drink company coming in and sponsoring the skate work.
There is one caution I want to give council. This has come up in the past, and they thought it was a significant donation. They can allow the entity to have their name on, like Rosecrest Pavilion. They gave $400,000 that year. But we also have individuals that want to do a bench for a past loved one and put them in your parks and put them in your cemeteries. They actually thought that was not the place for those to be in. So I just give you know, there's from A to Z, people want to donate, and you got to set a parameter
Sounds like
to that.
sponsorships and advertising is a whole other discussion.
Because there was a family that the circumstances, the person took their own life and they wanted to do a bench, and council didn't want to honor someone that took their own life. So just stuff to think
That may be
about.
appropriate for a different kind of park. I'm not sure that that's appropriate for a team.
Yeah, it surprises you what people want to do. But it's good, but you got to put some parameters to it.
You know, I've seen that though, and I brought this up the last time, that I've seen, you know, memorial parks and things like that where people buy a brick and put their dog's name on it or something,
Yeah.
right? I mean, there's ways to help raise funds to help do that, and I think those kind of things are in the spirit of what this park is about.
About being a couple bricks last time we talked about this, so.
Yeah.
I've got the text to prove it. So.
Central Park, I mean, have you ever walked down Central Park, it's full of benches that have different people sponsor from loved ones and things like that. I have no problem with that.
And I think that's part of that foundation program or the nonprofit program.
And we control it, is the thing. Our document just allows control over that, so we just make sure that we have a typed document that controls what can and can't happen.
I was just gonna say that to Wendy's point. If we introduce this nonprofit as the one that's receiving those donations and they are then donating it to the city, you know, I think that clears up a lot of the potential liabilities and contractual issues that we might be dealing with if we were the ones going directly to these sponsors.
Yeah, love it.
So Jonathan about sent an email out probably tomorrow with the details. I'm not going to be at the council meeting on July 7th or 8th. The 8th? No, I'm feeling stressful about it.
Please don't.
So it'll probably just be Jonathan here to wrap up any loose ends if you have any. And then hopefully we'll move forward. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. We will move on to item 2.5, discussion of a proposed zoning map amendment from A1 to A2.5 for 1.3 acres, property located approximately 12609 south, 6,000 west. Michael.
Thank you. And as you know, this is part of our standard process of bringing a legislative item to the City Council, where we meet with you in a work session just to have a quick briefing on it. And this will appear on a regular item or work session or business session in the future. This is the timeline on this project. Again, we did have our public hearing with the Planning Commission. The original request was for 8.25. As mentioned, the acreage is 1.13. The applicant, Brendan Marble, is representing the property owner, who I believe is a relative. I think it's his father. The intent is to eventually subdivide the property if the property is rezoned, and essentially build a home in front of the existing home along Pioneer Street. The rezone request is consistent with the density standards of the general plan. The Planning Commission recommended that it be rezoned 8.5 instead of 8.25. There was just some concern that primarily what we have around the property is 8.5. There is some 8.25 in the Lafayette subdivision to the north, but not immediately adjacent to the subject property. So that is the recommendation from the Planning Commission. The applicant thinks they can still make the 8.5 zoning work. I believe I've got a meeting with the applicant tomorrow just to talk about looking at the impacts of that rezone if that were the council's decision on this matter. Any questions about the request? I was not intense at the meeting, so I don't know if the one no vote was more in favor of the 8.25 or not. I'll have that information for you at the next meeting.
It wasn't another one of the concerns from the Planning Commission is if they went with the 8.25, then we essentially created a flag lot. And some of the other implications that come along with the flag lot fronting on a minor collector.
Yeah, we do have right, that's correct.
Please reference my previous comments about a member of the Planning Commission.
I hope that you can work with them, because I would prefer to be the A5 also, 8.5, just simply because, again, it preserves large animal rights and everything around it has those same preservation of those rights. If you drop to 8.25, they lose that, but if they stay at 8.5, even if it's like, you know, my dad's gonna live back here, I'm gonna live up here, at some point people move or they die or things like that, and so maybe the next person that moves in might want to utilize that. I just like to have some preservation of that.
Okay.
And under the 8.5, for the, because the access easement that would be on there for the house in the rear would still even have to be in place even if it was a flat lot for the other homes that are further down that lane, correct?
Correct, yeah.
So an 8.5 just with an access easement recorded on it would still suffice for all of those homes that are currently using it.
Right. I think what we're probably going to need to do is, instead of doing a series or a flag lots, just simply have an access easement that is reported against this new parcel.
And that would be, I would be in
Yeah.
favor of what's been recommended by the
Right.
planning commission.
Me too.
How many lots were they intending to subdivide into? Just two?
Yeah, so the original home will remain on one lot, and then it'll create one new buildable lot.
So yeah, if we can do that without going to 2.5, that would be my preference as well. I mean, obviously, we want bigger lots, as we said time and time again. So my preference, if we can work, do that 0.5, I'd be for all ditto.
Full disclosure, the Marbles came to me several months ago. This is in my neck of the woods, and I went out and looked at it, and I think we just tried to help them through the process, connect with the planning staff, and we've had some conversations, and I think all of our discussions have been consistent with what you have all said. The intent is just to divide it and have basically.
Use your name and van somewhere. in the
Yes.
document.
It's in there.
Take the direction you need. Okay, awesome. We will move on then to 2.6. We've got 15 minutes to discuss amendments to the city council rules of procedure. Our city attorney, Jake.
Thanks, you guys. So admittedly, I came into this in the fourth quarter. I reviewed the rules and procedures. I think they were last amended by this body in February. Does that sound about right? So I've reviewed those amendments and I've looked at them. I think they meet the legal sufficiency of the state code, right? State code requires that the council have rules and procedures and that they abide by those. One of the things that I looked at in this is, what is it that we're trying to accomplish with these, right? I mean, state code requires that you set forth some parliamentary order and procedure, and also dictate the ethical behavior and civil discourse of the council. You know, I think that you get to that level with these amendments. There are some things that I would recommend changing, and again, I apologize for coming into this so late. I didn't have a lot of time to work on these because, again, they were changed in February, and I came in a little bit later, as you know. But there are some things I would like to change, not just for this body, but also for the public. State code also requires that these be published on our website and available to the public at this meeting, you know, whether that's a link that's provided in the notice or actual copies printed out, available to the public. That's up to you to decide. But again, if this is a document that the public's going to be reviewing, I think it's good for them to be able to understand it, to read through it clearly, and to also have an element of transparency in there. I think that we could do a little bit better on those things, especially the transparency part, saying, hey, this is what our meetings are going to look like. And this goes back to the discussion that we had earlier, right, of what are we going to do in our work meetings? What are we doing in our general meetings? And not only setting that out in those rules and procedures, but doing so clearly so that not only we understand, but anyone who were to pick up those rules and procedures from the public would also understand. All right, if I walk into this meeting, I can look at this and I know exactly what they're going to be doing for the next 90 minutes. So that being said, I think your rules are sufficient, you know, the way that they've been amended, but there would be some recommendations that I would make. And again, I apologize that I don't have those for this meeting, but with your recommendation and kind of direction, I would like to maybe make some of those changes.
So the red line copy that we got in our packet, was those the one, I'm trying to remember.
Those are ours.
Ours.
Yes, those are
approved.
yours changes.
But not that we didn't approve, I don't remember approving all these social media guidelines.
Yeah, we've never even
They've
talked
not
about
been approved. No, these are
Our recommendations.
these are the recommended amendments. Yes, from.
because we had.
It's just recommendations, Sherry, it wasn't never
Yeah, I've
passed.
never seen that.
Well, you've seen it, it was in the packet, but it was,
Right, this is the first time I've seen it.
So
No, it was part of the February packet. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I have
changed.
big issues.
I could not see anywhere where these have been approved. So the ones that are in the packet are not the standing rules and procedures. They are the recommended amendments.
I only have just one technicality that I came across. I would love to see your recommendations for sure. But under the heading of city council agenda, like I say, small technicality. talks-
Clint, will you tell us what like page it's on?
So
34.
That's on 34. Yeah, page 2 of the rules, sorry. Just in there, it talks about, let me find it here. There's 2 areas that it mentions it. but it says is prepared by the city manager and assistant city manager. We probably need parenthesis S for assistant city managers in there, since if you think that's appropriate, since we have two of those. There's that item, there's two areas there, one's in red and one's like third line from the bottom there where it references city manager or assistant city manager again there as well. So like I say, small technicality. Based on our discussion tonight, obviously, we would need to talk about again where we have changed our meetings from 7 to 7:30 if we're going to.
So before we move on,
change
Spark, back to where you were.
Yeah.
One comment about that that I wanted to make too is, again, just a technicality, but it says prepared by the city managers and submitted to the council. It says for review. I think you should say for review and approval. The approval of the agenda is something that the council's really clarified last time. So
I just want to make sure that it's, if we're saying that we have to approve it, does that, like, do we put ourselves in a position where it becomes a formal thing as opposed to just an email response? So that would be something.
Or even requiring an
I
email
can't
response.
find that spot where you're referencing.
It's right, it's on page 35 in the top paragraph, but it does say the agenda is prepared by the city manager and assistant city manager and submitted to the council for review, and then the very next sentence
Says
says
upon
upon
council
approval, right.
So it's probably, it's consistent if you said for review and approval.
and then upon approval.
Yeah, because we're already requiring for approval.
I'm cool with it as long as Chase is cool with it. That's really all I'm worried about. I don't want to put ourselves in a position that we're not.
I don't really care.
If you recall, when we discussed this the first time, it was if we didn't hear anything, it was good to post. But if you leave that in there, we'll have to make sure we hear loud and clear for you to post. Because all of you don't get back in a timely manner, I'll just tell you that. I wish you would, but you don't.
So either we need to add for review and approval, or we need to strike the next thing that says upon council.
So I don't care which way you go, but it's just,
You know, one thing to consider is an item can be added to the agenda with just 2 members voting for it. So, and that's done to the city, with that information given to the city manager adds it to the agenda. So the approval process really is kind of moot, because if 2 council members want it on there, it's going to be on there, whether you approve it or not. The approval process would be more of, I like the order of it, maybe we change this item to
Most
there.
of the time, a lot of the items, we're just seeing it, those proposed items for the first time, right? We rarely make the agenda ourselves. We're not telling them all the items that we want.
So,
Will you just massage that?
yeah,
Recommendation.
absolutely.
But to Brett's point, I mean, most of the time, if I don't have an issue with it, I just don't respond.
Don't respond.
No news is good news.
If I had an issue, it'll get in here.
Leave that mask
I had the same look. You see that?
Any other directions on that?
I guess I just have a question back to Sherry's comment on, is there something specifically you wanted to talk about in social media guidelines, or did you want to wait for
Yeah,
Chase's review?
Yeah, probably several things, but yeah, do your review, and I'll do more thorough. I'll send you out an email with my concerns that we can discuss at the next meeting.
And maybe some clarifying scope of what these can be is, the statute's very clear about what you need to include,
Right.
but not what you can't include. So you can set up whatever you want in terms of your rules and procedures. There are a few things that you do have to include, and we'll make sure that those are in there and that the language is clear on those, but you can do whatever you want with them. They're your rules and your procedures.
You'll just distinguish that for us. These are the things that have to be there.
Yeah.
And these are the things that are discretion.
And I know Sherry brought this up earlier with the helmets. I mean, what happens if we don't follow our rules? I mean, I don't really know if there is anything that happens if we don't follow our own rules. And so without officially modifying them. So I would just like some feedback on what that, is it a censure from the other council member? Like what do we do if we're not following our own rules? So that we know what teeth we have behind it.
Sure, I'll make some recommendations if you're comfortable with that, and then we can play with those. And again, they're your rules, you can do whatever you want, but again, I'll make some recommendations so that we have some foundation to build off of.
Yeah, if we're gonna if we're gonna bind ourselves to our own rules, we should bind ourselves.
One other thing I'd like to add on to this, and I hope council would agree and support this. There was an email I sent to members of the council very strongly talking about supporting individual councils members' ability to meet outside of this meeting with whomever they deemed was important to meet with, to get information, to answer questions, to do research, to do whatever they needed to do to get information to take appropriate legislative action. And I don't think there should be anything that prohibits any member of the council from pursuing those type of endeavors. However, in some other conversations that came up after that, some good points were made, and I'd like to propose the following. I don't think there should be any requirement on any single or even couple of council members meeting with anyone that doesn't involve city staff, that is a private personal discussion for information. However, I think when there is a meeting that is facilitated by city staff that includes members of this council and potential applicants in the city that's being facilitated and coordinated by the staff, that those meetings should be noticed to the rest of the council. Some minutes of that meeting should be taken and a report should be given to the rest of the council. But I think those are two different kinds of meetings for two different kinds of purposes. And so I think there should be different expectations about how and if those are noticed.
I second that.
The only technicality is on the minutes component of that. Obviously, you're just talking a summary to the other council members of what happened, because there's no requirement to take minutes, obviously, of the meeting.
Yes,
So
right.
So you're just really talking about a summary to report up to the other members of the council.
And as a courtesy, I think that all of us have, when we get important information in a more personal meeting or private meeting that we think is of relative importance to the rest of the council, I trust that all of us have done a good job of trying to communicate that out to everybody and say, hey, we got some information, I think you should be aware of this. And I hope that we would continue to do that. I just don't want there to be an expectation if I've got a real problem with something and I go talk to a developer on a project and I go, what the heck is the deal with this? Explain this to me, why is this a problem? And I'm trying to get clarity. I don't necessarily know that I have to deliver a lengthy report to the rest of the council about that kind of a meeting. So, or if somebody calls me up and says, hey, I really got a problem with the way you voted on the last time, I shouldn't have to report that, right?
Well, I've made this point before. I mean, we're all going to develop relationships, and I think for me at this point, early on, it wasn't the case, but now for me at this point, I get a lot of calls, and I do know more people, and I get texts and phone calls from whether it's developers or residents or other elected officials, et cetera, and there's no way that I bug you guys with phone calls and stuff all the time, and I give you, as a courtesy, give whatever pertinent information I think there is, but say every time that my friend and colleague, Mayor Staggs, calls me or texts me, or we meet for, breakfast or something and talk for 30 minutes, I'm not gonna send, an email to everybody to tell you we talked about our dogs or something, right? You're gonna have relationships, you're gonna have conversations, but I think the expectation that if staff is involved, like that's an official meeting.
And that's the point I'm trying to make is those are distinct meetings and there should be distinct expectations from the council about how those are noticed and communication is handled on that. I wouldn't want, and I think there was a specific, there's a specific meeting that happened that 2 members of the council and members of staff were present at, and that wasn't noticed to other members of the council, or the content of that meeting wasn't clearly articulated. There was nothing of real substance in that meeting, but that's the difference of the kind of meeting that I'm trying to highlight here. And
All meetings have substance.
So just to make sure.
Not all of our work meetings.
And I think, sorry, Chase, before we go there, I think to one of the other points, rules of procedure, that's pretty official. Some of the things that are mentioned in here, and some things we're talking about are more courtesy, are more just kind of expectations amongst ourselves of how we communicate and whatnot. They're not hard and fast rules, there's a penalty if you don't do sort of thing. It's just making sure that we all kind of know what our expectations of each other are versus the hard and fast rules or procedure that have to be followed.
So do they need to be separate?
That's kind of where I'm going.
They don't have to be. So they're rules of order and procedure. And again, the statute says, I'll just read it real quick. It says they should govern parliamentary order and procedure, so how your meetings are governed. Ethical behavior within meetings and outside of meetings, and then civil discourse among the council. So that, I think that's pretty broad and sufficiently cover all of those things.
As we're going through some of those, maybe breaking those out into those categories might clarify.
And that's some of the clarification that I would like to make, to distinguish between those things.
I think
Yeah,
that,
maybe shorten it so that if you're saying for the general public, it's like these are the necessary things. There's a one-page document that's, you know, versus
A title page or something.
reading several pages of.
Try and figure out what we do and don't. And
Yeah.
we give you enough fuzzy direction?
Yeah, I was just gonna follow up to make sure I understood. So with your point, Steve, and the agreement of the council, meetings that staff are involved in, whether that's one or two council members, a summary be provided from that meeting that can be distributed to the other members of the council. Was that it?
yeah.
Notice of the meeting.
I mean, and I think it has to be timely. We need some kind of time frame within however
I
long.
would say if it's between, if it involves anybody outside of the council or staff. For example, before COVID, I was having a weekly meeting or a bi-weekly meeting with members of staff to review items that were on the agenda, just because I have so many questions. You know, I'm still trying to get caught up on some of these things that I've never heard of this before, and was trying to get some information. I don't think you guys want to report on. I was trying to figure out what zoning rules, right? Or
However, I would say I agree to that point, but if there was information that you had maybe requested that they worked on and provided to you, like that should be sent to the rest of the council members.
That is part of
Right.
the rules. We're supposed to be all providing the exact same information. If somebody gets information, we're all supposed to get it, so.
And maybe I might recommend, after I make my contributions, we could even schedule a special meeting to just sit down and discuss these.
Meetings.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, I hate getting into the minutia of this.
Yeah.
I think that in general, this body conducts themselves well, and we should give each other great amounts of latitude and grace in the decisions we make and how we handle business and be very forgiving and accommodating with things that each other decide to do or not to do. However, I do think that there are times where, again, there's a different vision or a different scorecard about, yes, this is okay, or this is my expectation, and you failed to meet my expectation in this matter. And I think where it's appropriate and where we can do it, if we can clarify it and all get on the same page around those things, I think it just helps alleviate potential discord or problems in the future.
There's good communication alleviates that, and setting out some guidelines of how to communicate is good. Sometimes those things, we get busy, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
forget to do something, but if we know there's that expectation or whatnot, people can help us with that.
Chase, do you need any more direction from us?
Thank you.
Okay. Any more direction that the council wants to give? Okay, with that, we're gonna look to go to our general meeting. We will need a 5-minute break for staff to make some adjustments to the room. So I will accept the motion to temporarily suspend our work meeting.
Second.
In favor? Aye.
Aye.
We'll come back in about 5 minutes and start our general meeting.
All right, welcome. Appreciate everybody coming out tonight. We will go ahead and get our general meeting for the Herriman City Council for Wednesday, June 24th, 2020 started. The first item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Tristan Schmidt. Tristan, if you'd come to the podium, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Tristan. We appreciate your participation. We will move on to item 4.2, City Council comments and recognitions. Okay, we will go ahead and move on to item 5, which is public comment. Audience members may bring any item to the City Council's attention. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes. State law prohibits the council from acting on items that do not appear on the agenda. Public comments for this meeting will also be conducted electronically. Any person interested in addressing the City Council electronically may submit a comment by emailing recorder@herriman.org or by visiting herriman.com/agenda and minutes, where there will be a link to join the electronic meeting. Your statements will be read into the public record. For anybody here present, if you'd like to make a public comment, please come up to the podium now and do such. All right, seeing none, I'll move over to our recorder. Do we have any electronic? Okay. With that, we will close the public comment portion of our meeting. We will now move on to our City Council Board and Committee reports.
Just quick update. We have a scheduled community development meeting on July 2nd. I will be out of town and unable to attend. Is there another member of the council that would like to attend in my stead? July 2nd at 2 p.m. here.
That's one that both Steve and I are a part of, so right now I plan to attend, but that's our anniversary, so my wife might.
July 2nd, 2 p.m.
Got that, Blake? Okay.
All right. We will move on to item 7, reports, presentations, and appointments. Peer Court presentation, Sergeant Bell. Come on up.
Mayor, City Council. I'm Sergeant Lex Bell. I supervise the school resource officers, the crossing guards, and Peer Court. And I wanted to talk about Peer Court for a brief minute, kind of acquaint you as far as what we do there. Peer Court, for us, we started it last year. There's a process that you have to go. Can you hear me okay? Sorry.
Yeah.
There's a process that we have to go through to get certified with the state to have that peer court, and then we recruited mentors. So the idea behind the program is students who get in trouble for this, let's say the first time or a minor offense, are allowed, instead of going to juvenile court, to be deferred to this program, which is a peer court. And the board, the judges, are peers, fellow students. Fellow students who want to become mentors have to go through a rigorous background check, interviews, have letters of recommendation. Once we've gone through and interviewed and picked those that we want, they receive upwards of 20 hours of training before they're allowed to do this. So they'll hear the case. We'll have the individual who has gotten in trouble. A lot of our cases, sadly, are vaping. That's probably our number one problem.
Vaping.
Vaping, yes. And we can only take nicotine in peer court. So THC, which would be considered a drug, has to go to juvenile court. So think of kind of minor offenses, criminal mischief, fighting, where there's not really injury, it's more mutual combat, some harassment, vaping. Those are the type of cases that we hear. So they'll listen to the police report, and then they'll interview the young man or woman who has come in. And the board consists of 8 to 12 mentors. Once that child has been interviewed and they ask them questions, what's going on in your life, this and that. They want to know everything about them because they want to help them. The idea behind Peer Court is to help and mentor these kids so that we don't see them again, so they don't get in trouble anymore. They'll actually excuse that young man and then have their parents are interviewed. The parents are required to attend. So then we interview the parents and we ask what is going on in Junior's life. Is he depressed? Is he, got problems with relationships, this and that? So we learn as much as we possibly can. And then our peer mentors will assign one individual to that person who will oversee them through the entirety of their program. So they will be assigned certain tasks to complete in order to make reparation for whatever they got in trouble for. Typically, it would involve writing a 2-page paper, let's say, on the dangers of vaping. They will also then be assigned through the Jordan School District to attend nicotine classes. They might ask them to attend a college that they're interested in and go to the program that they're interested in and interview somebody there to learn more about that so that they can start thinking ahead towards college. And then community service is another big one that we use. We have a lot of different places that we can send them. I try to keep them here in Herriman, and we'll have them walking the trails, going through the parks, picking up garbage. And a lot of that is how we try to handle these situations. So our peer mentors are the best of the best kids in the schools, and they oversee this, call them weekly, help them with school work if they need it. They're there for them, whatever they need. And last year we had about 12 mentors. This year I've had, because of the success of the program and because of the awesome mentors that we had, I've got over 40 applicants to be mentors. I can't accept that many, unfortunately. I want to take them all. They're all awesome kids, but we'll root that down to where we need it to be. But the program has been highly successful. We have kids who came to us last year as someone who got caught vaping, cleaned up their act, and this year they want to be a mentor. We've got a couple of those, which makes me excited because that turned their life around completely. So we love the program. I love the people the mentors that we have, and to that end, I want to introduce Tristan Schmidt. He is here. He's one of my lead peer mentors. He is a fantastic example of the type of person that is a mentor. He attends Providence Hall. He will be the student body president next year. He also is a state debate champion and also is a president of another volunteer club. So he's highly involved with things and he loves politics. And like I said, he does debate. So he's got a presentation that he would like to give to the council and the mayor, kind of regarding some police and relationships. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to thank the council for having me and listening to me and allowing me to be heard, as well as Sergeant Bell for his work and what he does for Peer Court. It's amazing things that he does, teaching us the principles of restorative justice. And he's a great guy. I know he does wonderful things for the department and this institution. So without further ado, I will begin. There is a scent in the air, a scent that is so undeniably contaminated, that is so rancid. Nobody has the power nor the ability to clean this stench in the air it lies upon. All things are so strained and so stiff. No person has the courage to oil them, let alone talk about the process. This disease and pollution that is causing such division has nowhere to go but up with such silence. George Floyd was a husband and a father. He was arrested for forgery in progress in Minneapolis on May 25th after a call from a local grocer. Little did they know that that phone call would rattle the powerhouse of the world. The disturbing video footage that most of us have all seen depicts Floyd, a large black man, tripping over a curb. The arresting officer, Derek Chauvin, then proceeds to place the suspect on his back, well, his backside facing the sky, and then lie his knee upon his neck, applying most of the pressure from his weight onto his throat. As the video extends further, we see Floyd shouting at the officer to remove the pressure from his neck. We watch pedestrians constrain themselves from intervening, raising their voices, and begging the officer to free the suspect. The 3 other officers on the scene also stand by and watch, not rendering aid, as the suspect screams that he cannot breathe. The last we see of George Floyd in this traumatic and vile video is a limp corpse. In major cities throughout the U.S., in response to such a repugnant encounter, fellow citizens have resorted to hatred, rioting and looting, destruction of both private and government property, all of which is unjustified. This unyielding emotional strength caused by the death of George Floyd is not diminishing, but it is flourishing, and at an exceedingly fast pace. Businesses are being burned to the ground, cops are being targeted, police stations are being demolished, anarchy is being supported, and lawlessness is more prevalent than ever. This hatred has spread to almost every state capital and major U.S. city: Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, Columbus, Dallas, Des Moines, Denver, Detroit, Washington, D.C., Houston, Los Angeles, Memphis, Minneapolis, New York, Phoenix, Portland, Sacramento, Salt Lake City, and many more. Which provokes a question. Why is it that such a virus of distrust and hatred has made its way to Utah, the most kind, the most charitable, and the most loving state? Well, it's because while all this lawlessness is an outbreak, while governors across the U.S. mobilize the National Guard in attempts to execute the law, all the citizens see is Americans being tear gassed with rubber bullets and shot with rubber bullets, in which they must use such resources. To maintain order, the law must be executed. However, in this digital age, we are left with disturbing sights from our screens, with absolutely no context. We see the 1-minute video clip of a police officer telling those he serves to obey. We see the videos of citizens being beaten once again with no context, with no story or justification to what led up to that moment in time. We are now even seeing national news anchors condoning the riots and these evil acts of violence, as well as scrutinizing law enforcement for doing what's necessary to protect and defend the communities. Now, what does this teach our youth? What does it tell my fellow classmates? The news is sporting rioting. It is a social trend to support defunding the police, if not disbanding the police on social media. This is plaguing the minds of our youth and crippling everything that this nation stands for: opportunity, prosperity, truth, transparency, liberty, and making good choices. And this is all happening here in Utah, a state where police brutality and racism is seemingly non-existent. A police car was attacked as close as South Jordan. Don't be fooled. The flame is very vibrant. The spark was only just lit. This is not an end. The minds of my generation may have been ruined, but we mustn't believe that. We must persevere. We must be optimistic. I stand here today before the council to present a proposal and perhaps a solution to all the tension, to all the stiffness, and to all the distrust that's residing in our state and the city. Because this must be addressed locally. There is not a blanket solution for a nation of such size and differences between states, culture, and even cities. The issue here in Utah is not racism, it is not police brutality. Such matters are ostensible. The issue here is distrust and hate. As the picture that is depicted for us is that we are racist, that America has a police brutality problem, and that all cops are bad. which is simply absurd within our state and within the city. We are blasted with such narratives everywhere we go, and it has crafted an atmosphere that makes us believe that even this department could be corrupted. The problem here is not brutality, it is trust. I asked this council to implement a plan for bondage between police and community. I have worked hand in hand for countless hours with the officers serving here. I know that they are not corrupted, and I can tell people and my fellow classmates all day that the majority of law enforcement is good. But they simply will not believe me. People must be told this message by the officers themselves. Police must deliver this message. This can be achieved through events such as fairs, carnivals, Herriman days, and even social media posts where we highlight the good parts that the police department does do. Where police proactively meet and discuss to citizens who they are, who they serve, why they are serving, even during protest. Not only is this healthy for reinstalling trust between the police and community, it is also healthy for the department as well. It reminds the officers why they began serving in the first place. This proposal is good for both the community and reinvesting trust, as well as health for the department. Dismay is more prevalent than ever, and there's more disbelief in the police in this nation than ever before. However, there is hope, but we must act now before lawlessness destroys us from within. Let's clear the air. Let's put out this flame of hatred, and let's reinstall trust. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Can we clap?
Stay here. I just want to say that, so this is just one of 12 wonderful kids that are the mentors in our peer mentor program and our peer court. So you can see the quality that I was talking about. Yeah, pretty amazing.
Well, thank you.
Hey, Sergeant
Thank you,
Bell,
guys.
quick question for you. You mentioned you have 40 applicants so far. How many will you be taking into the program this year?
We're trying to determine that. Thought is possibly 24, and we only have 12 come 1 week and 12 another week. That way we kind of don't burden them quite as much. A lot of them have after-school programs, athletic programs and things, so pull them away for one time a month instead of twice.
Excellent. Thank you. I've heard a lot of very positive feedback about that, about the peer court program, and you're doing some great work, but you can see the amazing youth that we have in our community to help facilitate that.
Oh yeah, they're unbelievable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sergeant Bell, can I ask you just one question before you're done?
Of course.
Do you have any data about recidivism out of this program? Do we have good results?
We do. So we had last year approximately 30 youth in the program because it was our inaugural year and we were figuring things out. So we didn't hear as many cases, I think, as we will this next year, depending on how we do things with COVID. But we had only 2 fail out of the program. And to fail out of the program, you have to reoffend or not do what you're assigned to do. Only 2 of them failed. The rest completed everything, and many of them are over whatever issue that they had as far as maybe, like I said, vaping was a big problem. There were many other problems, but a lot of them are completely recovered. I talk to their parents, I follow up with things, and they say they're doing great. So, and like I said, I've got a couple of them that actually applied to be mentors this year.
Awesome.
Love to hear it. Thank you so much for all you do. And Tristan, thank you and your peers for the work you guys are doing.
I love that you're having them go up on the trails and learn that their lungs are important, so they shouldn't ruin them by their behavior.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. That was impressive. All right, we will move on to item, actually, real quick, I think we may have missed something for Councilman. We're good? Okay, all right. We'll move on to item 8.1, which is our consent agenda.
I will motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
A second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Jared?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
And I would vote yes, that motion passes. We'll move on to item 9.1, discussion and consideration of proposed rezone request for 6.2 acres of property located at approximately 4950 West, 126 South from AMSD, Auto Mall Special District, to C2 Commercial. Michael?
Thank you, and as the council knows, this is a continuation of a conversation we had 2 weeks ago when the council had asked for some additional information. So I'll just quickly go through our presentation tonight. This is our timeline of this project. It began in April when the city initiated the application. This is property that the city owns, and we're proposing, or the city staff is proposing, that council consider rezoning property from Auto Mall to C2. And this, of course, is on your agenda tonight for potential action if the council is ready for vote. The general plan identifies this property as commercial, so the rezone request is consistent with that. Also in the Auto Mall Special District text, there is this map, this graphic, and it was always the city's intent to have commercial property along 126 South. There was always some question about how deep that should go. The request is actually a little shy of this northern property line by about 200 feet. It's further to the south than what is shown in this map, but this was always kind of a map that would reflect what our development partners felt like would be appropriate for development along 126 South. This was a map that was previously shown to the council. You had asked about what were the potential areas that could be rezoned AMSD. We would need to amend this map to apply the AMSD to additional properties, but this was essentially showing about 45 additional acres to the north, east, and west of the site, if that was our desire as a city to expand the Auto Mall zone. The zoning map, I apologize, this particular map shows it in clear, the AMSD. It is a base zone, it's not an overlay. And that is about the area that we're proposing to move that C2 line. Again, this is about 220 feet to 250 feet to the north. It's about 1,100 feet wide, encompassing a little over 6 acres of property. This is an exhibit that we included in your packet of a preliminary subdivision plat that we have been reviewing on the staff level. This, you can see the AMSD, kind of that bluish purplish area to the north. That's what we're trying to move the red line, the C2 zone, up to the northern edge of this proposed commercial subdivision. This was a concept map that the Colliers Group, in trying to market the Auto Mall, has put together, just kind of laying out what this might look like. Of course, these lot configurations are very fluid, very flexible, depending on interests coming to the site. What you had specifically asked for last time was the idea of adding zoning conditions that would limit the land uses in the C2 zone. Trying to find land uses that would generate sales tax, uses that would be compatible with an auto mall, you know, those types of uses. This is a draft list. I did share them with the economic development team, and they also shared them with our development partner, Larry Myler. But this, of course, is just totally on the table for conversation with the council. In your packet, under attachment, I think it's E, I listed all the C2 land uses that are currently either permitted or conditional, and then I highlighted the ones in green that were selected. So the idea is we would limit the land uses to whatever uses the council, you know, decides upon, and we would add that as a zoning condition to this proposed rezone. Any questions for staff at this point in time? Again, this is really prepared for your conversation, for you to decide what you would like to do next.
I don't have any of you guys. Michael?
No questions.
Okay.
I guess I do have one.
Sure.
Again, you, just to make sure I heard you correctly, the development partner in this is comfortable with the potential of zoning conditions that limit the use there.
So Heather had that conversation, and she's saying yes, so.
Thank you.
I feel almost obligated to state everything we've talked about in previous meetings for public consumption, but it'll just take too long, so save. Let's see our previous conversations about the land, et cetera, the maps. I don't know, I think it's somewhat misleading to kind of put potential auto mall and those other pieces because we don't own those. They're not part of this, what is shown as auto mall and retail. The city is a partner in, and we either own land or have contracts to buy that land. The concerns I've raised before is, what we've been told about the auto mall is that the parties that are interested in that want larger parcels. 60 to 80 acres is what we were told. The remaining amounts somewhere in there, it makes me a little bit nervous. I think Game Point took that chunk of 6 acres or so out. I actually have some questions to follow up with you regarding location of that, and then this map looks different than what I've seen before. But to your point, I think this southern portion was intended to be retail. Going back to my notes, that was it. Yep, the last one.
This one.
That one. So it was intended to be a little bit bigger to the north there. I'm having a little heartburn seeing it chipped away. So my comments last meeting were, look, this was the intent. I'm nervous about reducing it to the 66 because we don't control the other areas. And what we've been told is that the land price is an issue for the auto mall, for the dealers to come in. And certainly once this stuff starts to fill in, those potential areas are gonna just increase, right? We don't have contracts there. We don't have any control. But they are currently zoned commercial, correct, Michael? Those potential areas?
Yes.
So they are already commercial. If it would take I think it would take a lot for them to go auto zone. So we just have to be careful. I think I made the comment last time, no more. Like if we do this, we cannot carve this out anymore. We've got to preserve it. That's the intent. And the idea with the zoning conditions restricting it to certain uses is to try to protect the intent of the city's involvement in the actual land, which we normally don't do. The next item's on the agenda, we don't own the land. There is a landowner who has rights to try to develop their land. In this case, we're a partner in this, and we need to make sure that we get the public good out of it that we need, which is retail tax dollars. So what I'm having a hard time when I'm getting to with my question is, we asked for some suggestions for the zoning conditions on the potential uses. Is it too restrictive? Is it not restrictive enough? Should we exclude specific things? Two things that, well, one in particular that caught my eye is retail, general. Is that just anything that falls under commercial retail?
Right, and that's just how it's listed in the zoning code. Yeah, so just any type of retail activity.
Just part of our discussion was we wanted to avoid it, just the land just being turned over for the sake of turning over the land for a dentist office or something of that nature that doesn't really produce any direct revenue to the city, where there's surrounding commercial area, areas that are zoned commercial where those uses could go, office buildings, et cetera. We wanted, so I don't know, without consulting actual dealerships, Chevy, Ford, et cetera, what are the compatible commercial uses that they would like to see? I don't know how to have that conversation. I don't have those contacts, but
we're just, as part of that, as I'm looking at this list, we are not including medical or dental laboratory or office professional.
Right.
But we are
Correct.
including conference and reception center, which generates no tax revenue either.
And I didn't know, I know that there was some conversation about a hotel. We heard from Larry that the hotel market, that's not happening here. But I didn't know if the council wanted to see that potentially.
I think hotels are great.
Yeah, we get.
For a lot of
we get tax
reasons.
revenue.
I'm okay with that.
But the conference reception center, it'd be a shame to see that whole, because that would basically take about 13 acres for something.
I think my feeling on it would be to be more restrictive, assuming that our partners would be amenable to that. If something were to come at a later time that required an amendment or something like that, they could make a case to the council at that time that we would, alter those restrictions. But I would tend to be a little narrow in scope here. Err on the side of caution.
On which one, the conference center?
In general, but I would agree, I would prefer that we remove the conference reception center, on a relatively small area.
same with bank or financial institution. We have a lot of them.
There are plenty of commercial areas surrounding
Yeah.
where those can go easily.
So convenience store, describe that, because in my mind, convenience store is with gas service
Yes.
stations.
Gas
so-
station.
Yes.
But they're
I think
two
they
separate things.
Might not have
They-
a gas
they
station
are.
attached.
Because you can certainly have a convenience store without a gas station, not very often, but they do occasionally get built.
Food truck?
And that is, just, I didn't think that would be harmful as far as like allowing a food truck to roll up and be on private property.
Parking there.
But
We-
if
we
you don't
al-
want
We
that,
allow that on the rest of our, yeah. I know.
you do, yeah, on rights of way, but and that's permitted in a variety of zones, so,
So if a dealership wanted to have a food truck on their property.
yeah.
Well, this is the C2 zone.
Yeah, this is
not
the C2
Right, so
zone,
that was,
right.
well, I'm trying to distinguish, right? So what you just described to me, that's what that means. I'm a little nervous saying food truck where they could say buy an acre and park a food truck there. Right?
That would require
Well,
a
I mean-
business license and other things, wouldn't it?
Sure,
I
sure.
also think that would defeat the whole purpose of the
Food truck.
Well, here's what, you have areas where this happens, where somebody buys the piece of property and then they have food trucks cycle through, right?
food
They have a
truck
different
park.
have a different one there all the time. But the way sales tax works is that it goes
Where
to,
their
it goes to where their license is, which most of the time is in a different city.
Just every time.
Yeah, so maybe not that one. Recreation and entertainment, that's a little iffy for me, just because we have recreation and entertainment just on the north end of this. And those have a tendency to come and go with economies, and so that makes me pretty nervous to have another one right there. Fast food in general, I know our residents are crying really loudly for a sit-down restaurant, and they always are super grumpy on fast food. However, we've been making good tax revenue off fast food, so I'm not going to be grumpy about that. But that is all lumped into one, right? Fast food in general. is all
So those
restaurant.
are two, yeah, you can specify if you don't want to do fast food, we can just do general restaurant.
I'm comfortable leaving either one, in all honesty. I think that there's room for both. And, they're going to bring themselves in. So I wouldn't want to limit that one.
I'd agree on.
The Southtown Auto Mall, if you look over there, there's a Wendy's and then there's an Iggy's and, so they have kind of both
Yes.
options there, yeah.
That's exactly what I'm thinking could happen. People who just want something on the way home and people who are like, we made a day of this, we might as well go get something.
When we have to be realistic, restaurants, I mean, the sit-down restaurant that everyone wants, every sit-down restaurant we've talked to says the same thing. We need a daytime population. We need employment centers where people will come for lunch because we can't survive just on dinner.
I think there's some that are becoming interested in Herriman, though. I think we could get some traction as soon as they actually will let you sit in a restaurant at
True.
Yeah. That's
So if we remove conference and reception center, bank or financial institution,
And what about food truck?
And
other
food
than
truck.
being
Food
more
truck.
Specific on it? I don't care if food trucks go there, but I don't want that to be the primary use of the lot.
and I agree with Steve, I mean, more restrictive to start is better, and if the case needs to be made later, it can be.
absolutely.
I might suggest we strike 57, 58 there, the recreation and entertainment center as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
What would that limit?
Yeah, I want to know what that
Because
entails.
that I want to be careful that we don't over-regulate there. Because I could see, now, do I agree that we have game point? Yes. And we need another game point? No. But I don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot because we limit something we weren't
But I
intending.
think but then it could also be what Steve was talking to also, that if they have a compelling argument that this company is coming and it really makes sense for it, and here's what it looks like, we could come back, or you want to just, 'cause my concern is just leaving it too open.
Well, I think we've narrowed the scope quite a bit already. Yeah. And again, when it comes to that particular one, recreation and entertainment, I still think that there is some opportunities there that, again, depending on what other businesses potentially will locate there, that can create a synergistic effect of the success of potentially both of those. Again, without knowing exactly what those look like, I believe in taking out the ones that have been mentioned. But again, looking at the overall list and what's been pulled out of that, we've restricted it down a lot. And again, I don't want to overly burden a potential business from coming in there if they have to, if it's already deleted from the options of being there and making them jump through additional hoops, because a lot of times that'll just discourage
I
them.
look at
And
something
they'll,
like a movie theater would be a
Yeah,
great thing there.
that would be indoor entertainment, so.
What if we just
Yeah.
scratched the outdoor one and left the indoor one?
I don't like either of them being on there, but whatever you.
I mean,
guys
look,
think.
there's like,
Or you can just specifically name movie theaters. Right? What else would it be besides that?
Can you, can you be that specific, or it's not listed as a zoning condition?
It's not one of the specific land use types that you can see in the ordinance. Chase, I don't know if being that specific would be a problem. We don't define movie theaters, we just classify it.
but are we, just a point, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt,
Besides, there's a movie
but are
theater
we,
coming across
this is a commercial zone. I mean, I think there are certainly things we don't want in there, but are we not trying to encourage commercial and retail development
yeah,
in
but
the area?
I think Jared made the point, there's 3 other parcels right around there where there aren't these restrictions. And I think that this is, for lack of a better term, this is auto mall related commercial. And it's
Ish.
not,
I would say yes, but not solely, because again, you have great frontage on 126th. Again, we want it to be synergistic to the area, but I want it to be a successful commercial area in and of itself.
Yes.
If at the end of the day, we have what are other issues that present themselves. And I think, again, the corridor, Mountain View corridor and 126 presents great frontage, great visibility, and great opportunity for some businesses to come in there. And again, I personally don't want to be too restrictive on, again, going after what we've said for a long time is we need more commercial, we need more retail.
So let me give you one example of what I'm concerned about with that sort of thing. Let's say we even say indoor recreation. Well, what's most, to my mind, what you see most is a trampoline center. What sales tax is generated from trampolines? Right?
or like a bowling alley, you know.
Well, and that's the thing is you already have Game Point that has all of those. So trying to think other uses, it would be something of that nature, which if they really want, there's those other commercial areas, we're wanting, at least what I thought our intention was, is to narrow this down to things that would actually produce retail sales tax revenue.
That's my general feeling. That's why I still think we should strike those, but
That's my concern about, I understand completely your point about not wanting to drive people away, but that's my concern about the recreation and entertainment is that there's a lot of those that might not
we want those
generate
in the
sales
city,
tax.
but not necessarily on one of these 4 lots.
Are we to
or-
the point that we
or 8
can't
lots.
add that in development agreements anymore?
There is no development agreement.
That's why I'm trying to, we do so much, this is unique compared to what we usually are dealing with. I just have a problem striking the entire category. That's really where I struggle with, is striking the entire category. Because if we strike the entire category, we won't get the movie theater, or we won't get something that we might be willing, that we would think would be conducive to that.
But there's a movie theater going in a mile away from here that I don't, I mean, they all have their codes on what they have to follow.
But we shouldn't be the ones to limit that. Let them limit themselves on their options. We shouldn't be the one to limit their options, is my point there.
Right.
And although I understand on any other commercial parcel in the city, and I think there are ample other commercial parcels that have, I mean, there's 134th in Mountain View, which is wide open for all kinds of
Right
uses.
across the street from the high school.
Right, there's
next to the
lots of great
elementary.
frontage opportunities with a lot more space to do any of these kind of opportunities. I just don't want it here.
So what I would rather see in this situation is that we leave that in, but then restrict the conditions down more on that particular item. I feel strongly enough about this that I would really like to see recreation and entertainment in some form stay and stay available for use so that we're not limiting ourselves as we go out. Whereas the developer goes out and looks for businesses and there's courting businesses, that we're not saying, oh, well, you can't do it because we just said no entertainment.
Which goes back to the unanswered question to Chase is, can you call out movie theater? Which one more thing, I mean, in the area that's being talked about, it's not big enough for one anyway.
But can we just say, can we limit it down to that even though it's not listed on the conditions?
And I'm looking at the tables right now, and I think if it's not listed in there, probably could, yeah. I'd feel comfortable doing it.
I mean, we limit it down to car wash. I think movie theater would be fine to be that
But
specific
car wash
too.
is.
Well, car wash
That's
is
one of
called
the
out
uses
specifically
that's listed.
as a
Yeah.
use.
In code, yeah.
But movie theater is not because it's lumped in with the recreation entertainment. That's why the two are different.
Can you, and grocery stores is just general retail?
Yes.
So for me personally, I would be okay changing 10 to movie theater. Otherwise, I'm like to strike it.
I just worry too much about it being too open to having things come in that will not generate sales tax that fall under recreation.
Right. And that's the case for most of them. In fact, what's kind of spurring this, the car wash doesn't produce retail sales tax
Right.
revenue.
And I'll go on record. If there's a great proposal for a potential indoor or outdoor recreation facility on one of these parcels that makes sense, bring it to us.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to consider that and talk about it. It'd have to be a very specific type of project before I'd be even interested in considering that at this point. And I think I think still the safer plan is to take those off and be willing to add them back if a appropriate request came.
So in making a motion, if you were to make a motion, the very last exhibit is the ordinance, the draft ordinance, and we've listed out, summarized 13 land uses. If there were any that you wanted to remove, you can just reference that 1 through 13 or modify them. That would be easiest. We're going to use this and attach it as our zoning condition in our records.
I'm kind of uncomfortable doing this on the fly. Would it be possible to come up with a complete table that we could have in here that we could?
I'm not comfortable holding this off another meeting.
But
I think we've done that enough to be able to make an amendment. If we're gonna just strike 3 things out of there, then let's just strike the 3 things and move out of there. But I don't think it's necessary to put this off for another meeting just to make sure that one of those lines is in or isn't.
And I agree with Clint in that, I mean, we actually do this quite a bit, right? This is the one last thing. And so if we know that that's what we want to strike, although I'd say it's 4 things we want to strike off there, then we can make that in our motion. But if we have a question of if there's other things that need to be researched, then that would be a reason to continue it. My other question is there anything specifically that we need to exclude, like charter schools? Do we have to call that out, or is this sufficient to?
The 13
Oh, that's
uses
because we
are
can only do that with an MDA.
Yeah, the only uses as per the C2 zone, so.
Will you go back on your slides? I was just curious about something else. Will you go backwards on your slides? I just have one more
Sure,
question
sure.
for you. Right there. 6.43 on the bottom left, on my bottom left, same as yours. Isn't that Game Point?
It is. I know that there's been ongoing negotiations as to whether or not that might move, and I don't know where that is in the process. So right now, this is how it's being marketed, but I couldn't speak to that specifically.
Because the AMSD zone, then this 54.52, that is including the Game Point property.
In this graphic, however, in this additional map, we've actually zoned, the 66 acres goes further to the north on the north side of Miller Crossing, and that is already part of our AMSD zone. You can see that right here.
All right.
I want to verify that 66 acres would be post this change.
Yes.
That would
Yes.
be 66 acres remaining after this.
Right,
But
right.
it's, but
Yeah,
it's
sorry,
on the
let me go
other
to
side
that.
of Miller Crossing instead of just.
How much
Yeah.
is that piece?
On the north side of Miller Crossing?
It's
We, yeah, we didn't break that down. Yeah.
maybe 15 acres, because if you take out 5 and it was 54, you're to 66, so.
I don't think whether it's north or south of that, it makes a huge difference because it's
There's a
still
road.
contiguous, it's just another road.
Yeah. Anyway, I just was curious. I thought
Right.
that's game point. How come
I've
we're
wondered the same
advertising
thing,
it
and,
like
and
that?
maybe, yeah.
Okay. Because it feels like we're advertising something that's not part of that, so that's concerning to me. I'll be glad to make a motion if there's no other questions. I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2020-20, authorizing a zoning map amendment to rezone property located at approximately 4950 West, 12600 South from AMSD to C2 Commercial with the following changes. I would propose I move that we strike number 1, conference and reception centers, number 3, banker financial institutions, number 7, food truck, and number 10, recreation and entertainment, indoor and outdoor.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the council?
I just want to go on record by saying prior to the vote that I agree with the first 3. Again, my preference would be to leave recreation and entertainment in to allow for, again, other potential opportunities that we can't think about at this point, just sitting here.
Hugh Brelby, the anytime, anywhere.
So there we go.
All right, then.
So again, just to finish that, again, my comments are, I agree with the first 3. My preference would have been to leave the recreation or entertainment in.
Okay. Any further discussion or consideration of the specific motion? Okay, I'll take a vote. Clint?
I'll vote yes, but again, with my comments as they stand.
Okay, Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
And I'll vote no. The reason is for the same reason as Clint, is that I'm totally fine with the zoning change. I think we're being over restrictive. And so I think that it's inappropriate for us to reduce it that much. However, I am still supportive of the change. I'm just voting no for that specific reason.
I'll follow up with that, to follow that comment, in that this is never chiseled in stone. I believe that my intent was to try and make this a very narrow scope so that it hits our targets. And if something comes that is a great opportunity, I believe that we will entertain any opportunity that would fit the goal and the objectives to this parcel. So you can market however you think that you should market it, and bring us opportunities you think that fit.
And following Councilmember Orton's previous council, ditto.
I told him to say ditto.
Anybody else like to make comment on their vote? Okay, we will move forward to item 9.2, discussion and consideration of a general plan amendment from Parks and Recreation to Commercial for 10.81 acres of property located approximately at 5101 West, 11800 South, and open space to Light Industrial Business Park for 11.14 acres of property located at 12000 South Black Powder Drive. Michael.
Thank you. And this item and the next 2 items are all interrelated, as the council knows. I will just go ahead and make a presentation on all 3 items that are before you tonight for potential action. As you can see in the audience, the property owner is here, as well as their legal counsel, Bruce Baird. And if you have any questions, I'm anticipating that council may again have questions on the master development agreement because of the subject of the zoning conditions that we discussed in our last meeting 2 weeks ago. So he is prepared to be able to have that conversation with the council if you so choose. So again, our timeline on this project, we've had a really long timeline on this project because there has been a lot of negotiation, not only with the city council, we've had meetings with the residents, and this has been a difficult one. We've taken a lot of comment. I included in some of the materials a summary of the public hearing comments, as well as some emails that we received and the community outreach meeting that happened last year. This general plan amendment has received a recommendation from the Planning Commission for approval. as well as the subsequent zoning amendment. And then the master development agreement, of course, is a matter left to the city council's decision. Again, the overall acreage of this property is much larger. It's about 26.8 acres. There are a few parcels that really aren't developable. So when you're looking at the actual elements that are potentially subject of the general plan and rezone, it's smaller than the 26.8 acres. The general plan identifies this northern piece as parks and recreation. The center piece, which is being proposed as some type of open space, as single-family residential, and the south end is open space in the general plan. However, it's all A1 zone. That's the current zoning map. Again, this is an exhibit of the general plan. You can see the general plan clouded in that red area to the left, and again, the A1 zoning map on the right. So the general plan amendment is to do commercial zoning for 10.2 acres to the north, and then the light industrial business park to the south of 11.14 acres. And that is with the intent of doing storage. The zoning amendment is to do a C2 commercial, and now we've been talking about doing with a zoning condition that would restrict land uses on this property. And then the M1 zone, we've have a recommendation from the Planning Commission to do a zoning condition restricting to just indoor storage or outdoor storage of RV vehicles only. Those are the only two land uses that are being recommended and proposed, both by the applicant as well as by the Planning Commission. Now, in addition to those use restrictions, we've also have talked about height restrictions. The C2 zone has a building height restriction of 45 feet. When the Planning Commission made their recommendation, they mirrored that on the M1 zone. But as you know, last time we talked about potentially reducing that height, and the current draft that's before you reduces that to 30 feet for the any structures. There is on the land use plan, we go to that on the indoor storage, you can see this outdoor storage area is encumbered by some utilities. So we will not see structures built within that outdoor storage area. So the 30-foot tall potentially structures, and that would be, you've seen some climate controlled structures that would certainly allow for a 2-story climate controlled structure in the indoor storage area. So that is before you tonight, this height restriction in the M1 zone. So some features of the MDA that is before you tonight. We talked about whether or not the expiration date of December 31st, 2024 is satisfactory to the city. There are a number of clauses that will survive that expiration date, which does achieve the city's goal of seeing the northern commercial piece start development before we do anything with the outdoor storage to the south. These are the conditions or requirements in the MDA that specifies what needs to happen before storage can be permitted. So we've got to have access approved, permitted, and constructed from Mountain View Corridor for that storage piece to the south. We need to have subdivision plats for both the office or the northern commercial piece and the self-storage area. And then we have to issue a building permit for a minimum 10,000 square foot office building on that northern commercial portion. The Planning Commission, as I mentioned, did recommend zoning conditions that would limit land uses to professional office. And we talked about whether or not we should broaden that. Again, that's in your proposed zoning condition ordinance tonight, as well as the MDA. The applicant proposed excluding 15 specific land uses from that list of C2 zones. In your packet, I highlighted those in red. So everything else in the C2 zone from the applicant's request to you tonight would include all of those properties, or all those land uses, apologize. And then again, that height issue, the Planning Commission recommended 45 feet, but now we're talking about pulling that down to 30 feet. These are those specific land uses that are excluded, or proposed to be excluded in the C2 zone. And again, that is the list that is in the ordinance that is prepared for you tonight. So you could clearly add to this list. So we'll just take direction from you again on what you would like to do on all three of these items. Again, the applicant or the applicant's attorney is here to answer some questions.
Can you direct us to the list of things that are included?
So in your packet,
Trying to find it real quick.
yeah, under the rezone,
It's basically the same list as the other one.
Yeah, it's the
only this
same
time we're
list.
excluding these specific
Yeah.
uses from that list.
yeah.
Opposite of what page in the packet is it?
Yeah. Of the packet, I've got page 230 and 231, or 229 and 230. So while we're looking things up, I'll maybe
Yeah.
do a little recap of where this has been. This started a couple years ago, I want to say. So I've had meetings with residents in the area, lots of conversations where this, so this is kind of history lesson, I guess, story time, if you will, for Steve. Prior to any of us, predating me, predating I think a lot of staff even, the reason, at least my understanding, so please correct me if I'm wrong, the reason that this area was shown as open space on the general plan originally was when Mountain View was put in, these parcels were kind of remnants with UDOT. UDOT had indicated to the city that when the time came, they would just dedicate it to the city and we could just leave it as open space. And so I think on that early general plan, the 2013, 14, whatever that was, keep in mind, I guess I'm the senior member of the council now, and I came in 2016. That was shown as open space because that's what UDOT the property owner at the time had indicated to the city. Since then, UDOT has tried to complete other projects and saw it necessary to, I guess, trade some of this land with others to accomplish other projects, which is their purview as the property owner. So now the new property owner is asking us to consider their property rights and allow them to develop it in some fashion. The first proposals that I saw were high-density housing, right? Apartments, condos, et cetera. We've flat out said no. If you want to do single-family, as Michael indicated, sure. But I guess that doesn't pencil. And so they came back with an idea of commercial and storage. And basically the restrictions that you're seeing is what we've pushed back on them. We said, you know, really, we do need some office buildings to provide that daytime population to support our commercial and actually have an economic engine with all cylinders functioning. So yeah, we do like the office, but there is a conflict with the surrounding neighborhoods, right, as far as the height goes. If they're too high, they have sight lines into people's yards and windows and things. So to the developers' credit, they've taken all of those things into account and come back with and agreed to a lot of these restrictions. I think the other two main ones that we threw at them, well, one is that they had to be separated from the neighborhoods, right? No access directly to the neighborhood. So the only access to the storage would have to be a right-in, right-out off of Mountain View. So as Michael described, that's put into the agreement. The office area, the only access would be right off 118th. I know that there are some concerns about traffic there, but I mean, it is it's a freeway. It's going to be a freeway. There's going to be traffic, and engineering standards are the engineering standards. So I think without boring everyone too much, I know I'll tend to do that anyway, but without doing it too much, I think necessary measures have been taken there. There is basically, I don't know if it's an easement or a right-of-way on the right-hand side there with the green line, the blue.
It is a right-of-way. That's owned by the city.
So the city has a right-of-way there to access equipment and whatnot, if I'm...
Yeah, there's utilities that we use that road to maintain those utilities.
So there is a kind of an extra buffer between, you know, any actual use of the property and the community there, and we're requiring, I believe, an 8-foot precast wall for that separation as well. The open space, it was originally proposed to be, you know, programmable open space ball fields, et cetera. And again, the community was concerned about the amount of traffic and people accessing it through the neighborhood and creating concerns there. And so we've restricted that and said, no, that won't be programmable open space. It's basically part of the wash and the trail system there, right? So remain is that. And then we've also, the big one I thought, I have to be honest, I didn't think that the developer would agree to, was that we require the commercial to be started in earnest before the storage area. So the requirement of that 10,000 square foot building, having the building permits, I mean, that's the equivalent of several $100,000 of commitment on the developer's part. So we wanted to make sure that we got what was maybe the more, at least in my opinion, the more beneficial use versus the storage units. We do need storage that is needed, but there are lots of places that can go, and there's lots of things that come from that. So there's kind of my summation for you. At this point, and I want to mention for those that have commented by email and at the Planning Commission, the council has received those comments. It's part of our packet. Those have been taken into account. So there's the history / story time, and I'm having a hard time coming up with anything else that they haven't agreed to do for us.
No, I think that's a great summary, and again, the developer's been very receptive to the feedback, both from public and council, through this process. So it has been a lengthy process to get us to this point, but again, I think that that is indicative of a challenging piece of property. And how you do it, and some of the encumbrances that come with that particular property, and finding what fits best there. But it also indicates a dedication to really stay the course and find, again, what is beneficial for the owner to move forward on, and something that ultimately we feel integrates into the community. So
I'll just add real quick that it's a lot of the comments that I've received, and I know that others have received, is the desire to just, quote, keep it as open space. Realistically, that's just not an option. The property owners do have property rights, and if we were challenged on that one, I think we're pretty confident that we would not win that challenge. We have to show good faith in allowing them to pursue their rights to develop, and the compromises that they made. Honestly, I didn't think that they would make the compromises that we requested.
No, I agree. I think they've done as much as possible to mitigate the concerns. There's always the desire just to keep an open field. I had that same desire at my house, but again, there's rights associated with that, and so thank you for working with us to mitigate the impact on the surrounding neighbors, because it's important.
I have a quick question here. As I'm looking through the list of allowed items, I'm looking at number 41, fireworks stand. What exactly would a fireworks stand be?
So those are typically, a temporary permit, and that.
I'm fine with the
Yeah,
temporary.
drive over to Smith's parking lot.
State code restricts when they can be sold, right?
Yeah.
So it would just
Does
generally
restrict
be, it
sales
wouldn't
time,
be,
yeah.
what I would be, and I don't think that this would happen. Like, I'm just looking at the worst of the worst cases. I don't want to see a boarded up shed for 11 months of the year. So.
Right.
So, did you say I could take that out?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll strike that then. So,
So you can add that to the excluded list.
what about kennels?
But I will say that a lot of the same people who commented on this have also said that they want us to allow fireworks in that area. just for the record.
It's true. Because they're on the restriction.
But to your point, we shouldn't allow them to sell where they're not allowed to be lit.
That's my bigger concern. The other issue, would you guys have a problem with us striking kennel? Okay, I got to know that we're okay to strike kennel. So the only changes I'd like to make is that we strike, that we add to this list fireworks stand, and we add to this list kennel of excluded items.
Just as a reminder, obviously, we have 3 ordinances. The zoning conditions are attached to both the zoning amendment and to the MDA. So if you make changes to the list, make sure you do them on both.
So that would be item
Both the
9.2 and 9.3.
9.3.
9.3.
Right.
Any other questions or concerns?
Is it 9.2 and 9.3?
Nine,
or
yeah,
just
it's
9.3
9.3 and 4.
9.3
9.3
and 9.4.
and
Thank you.
4.
9.2 is the general plan.
Right,
amendment.
right.
9.3 and 9.4. Any other questions or concerns?
I'm ready to hear a motion on 9.2.
I will make a motion to approve ordinance number 2020-21, authorizing a general plan amendment from Parks and Recreation to commercial for 10.81 acres of property located at approximately 5101 West, 1800 South, and open space to light industrial business park for 11.4 acres of property located at approximately 12000 South Black Powder Drive.
Councilmember Smith, I apologize. I know that that's what the agenda says, but there was a re-description in the legal description, and it's actually a little smaller. That
Okay.
first part is 10.22, not 10.81.
Thank you.
I apologize for that. That was a late addition to all the materials that we received.
So my motion stands with the correction from 10.81 to 10.22.
Right.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion by the council? Okay, Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes, that motion passes. All right, any further discussion on item 9.3 before I accept a motion? Yeah, I'll accept a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2020-22, authorizing a zoning map amendment from A1 to C2 commercial with zoning conditions for 10.22 acres of property located at approximately 5101 West, 11800 South, and A1 to M1 manufacturing with zoning conditions located at approximately 12000 South Black Powder Drive, with the addition that we will also exclude number 46 kennel and number 41 fireworks stand.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that motion? Okay, Steve?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
And I will vote yes, that motion passes. If there's no further discussion on 9.4, I'll also accept a motion on that as well.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2020-23, approving a master development agreement for the development known as the Mountain View Office and Self-Storage located at approximately 5101 West, 11800 South, and Black Powder Drive, with the same addition to the zoning exclusions, 46 kennel and 41 fireworks stand.
Second.
Motion and a second. Jared?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
I'll vote yes, those motions pass. Thank you very much. Appreciate your long delayed and patience with us. Okay, we will, that brings us to the end of our general meeting. Our next Planning Commission meeting will be July 16th at 7 p.m. The next City Council meeting will be July 8th. The work meeting will start at 5 unless otherwise noted on the agenda. City Council general meeting will start at 7:30 unless otherwise noted on the agenda for that meeting. Just like to note to our residents that we will only have one City Council meeting in the month of July. Just being with the 24th of July holiday. That, you know, hopefully. So that is currently our plan. With that, I'll accept a motion to temporarily go into a closed session.
We wanted to go to closed or back into work.
Back into work session.
Yeah.
After our work session, we'll go into our closed session, but we will have no further public business after the closed session, so.
I'll motion to adjourn our regular city council meeting, reconvene in a work meeting after a 5-minute recess.
Absolutely.
Could we make that a 10-minute recess?
7's as far as I'll go.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Time to stand. My watch keeps saying, time to stand, time to stand. On the yeah, it's way good. It'll be good. Right now, it's a fire hazard for weeds. So pull weeds. Yeah, and an 8-foot precast wall has got to be built.
With all the,
Setback?
yeah, the bushes. And
Moving back in.
They're not gonna hear anything. It'll upset a few sidelines, but they have so many churches.
I'm actually gonna take some heat over it.
It sucks. It's
But I mean, like I said, it is what it is, and you ask everything.
Animal, but I'm
I think, what else?
Yeah, they're
We mitigated a lot.
Mrs. Skunks.
I would, in fact,
Even
I am
Mrs.
told that
Skunks, I don't have
the
them.
residents there, you know, what we had, when I had that neighborhood meeting, they asked me to do.
Not
I told
anymore,
them this is what
huh?
was thrown at them, especially requiring
I
the
know,
office,
I hear ya.
you know, get started first sort of thing. I said, I doubt that they'll go. But if they do, I'll feel kind of like our hands are tied because there's not much more we can ask of them. And most people are pretty reasonable about it. They're like, yeah, no, that makes sense, but can we just watch the height level and stuff? If they agree to all of those things, I mean, if you guys can think of anything else we can ask of them, tell me.
Hey, look, we threw a curveball, we threw a changeup, we threw a fastball even inside and nicked
So-
them with it, and they still
So no,
slung.
I appreciate you guys going to bat and working so long and hard with them. It's been a couple of years that we keep coming back. And I know you guys had to kind of be really firm and say, look, this is, the council's not going to go any farther on this. No, I absolutely. It's not in there. But, and one thing I want to say too is,
All right, now I've got an issue.
Reading the news, I'm like, plus, there's the other part. Find out where the action, what the trend is, right?
sent you that, you and Clint, just because you had the strongest interest about, when Titusville was leaving that information. But I talked to Kane Loader from Titusville today, and only issue with him is about $700,000 they save us instead of the grind. His biggest problem is he talked to everybody in their own council.
I told you that would be it.
But it's gonna happen. I'm pretty confident it'll happen. And I'm pretty confident we can get a walk on our legacy as is. Because they want to show us things that happen. Right now we got a. Is that a chronic? And all of that is political responsible. And then after that, we got a sugar ban for squat issues. And we're talking about canine dogs on there. And
I think it's muscle spasms or something. Okay. Did you hear back from him?
Yes, sir.
Hey, John. Good.
They're getting big. Hold that.
Big
Argument that you were spending your life.
It's true. For a second, because I understand. I get it.
The first one, me too.
Because exactly what I said to Troy the other day. That's what I said to Troy. I said, she said, I loved it. She was still interested. I loved it. I would, oh my gosh, love tips.
What it is.
What's up, man?
How much are you doing?
Hanging in there, you?
Trying to keep my head above water.
This is
Absolutely.
But right now you have an excuse to pin it
about it.
and it's the community. We can tailor make.
We're doing that here. That's probably better. I think you're right. You'll get a lot more dialogue and discussion.
Honestly, I'm getting crickets otherwise, it seems like. And I don't necessarily need everyone to just be like super like crazy vocal. I just think we'll have like more productive.
Yeah, I think you're doing it right. That's probably right. Was that was it Brandon that was on today?
Yeah, Brandon, Blake, and Heidi.
Armed guards and telling people what they can and can't do.
Yeah, she updated me today, so her son is up and walking around today. Still have to check two
Tracks already.
Still in some pain. I don't know. I still haven't used that.
So good.
Keep telling her that
So
I'm there
ironic.
for her if she needs anything.
People think
take
they're
off if she needs to
in their mind.
She's kind of been checking in here now and
What they're
trying to get
advocating for is the exact
pointing
same
stuff to
they're
me. Trying to keep busy while she's at work.
Right? You just don't get it.
Sounds like
Hey, I want
sounds like he's doing a little bit better.
What I think we should all do is wear special costumes and armbands and go around and force people to live.
Small one. That's a small one.
You guys have another long
I'm gonna
close door session after this?
Yep. Pace myself here.
Yeah, I could probably
A couple more in there getting cold for me.
You remember we bring the list?
Keep one on tap.
Just
Yeah.
chase it with water.
It's not, yeah, it's not all of the information to make that right decision, wasn't in there.
Right.
You're right. It has to have context and history and all this stuff, right?
I think it does. Smarties. Did you put Smarties on my thing?
It's hard for us to make a good decision in the absence of that.
Yeah.
And honestly, in a perfect world, I would expect staff to say, these projects, there's an asterisk here. Even though it's a general fund,
Yeah.
there's an asterisk here that we should be aware of.
Yeah.
Because that would impact whether or not we make it a priority. We still may have chosen to say, no, we're gonna do that later.
Well,
But at least we know.
Have all the information.
Jackie?
I think it's only been 4 yet so far.
All right. The only item we had left on our work meeting was city manager updates.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have several items that come to our attention in the last weeks that we posted, and want to make sure we get information from you. So we'll try to get through it fast, ask questions, because I think we'll try to get through it quick. Look a long way. This round with Tammy talking about the pool study.
The what? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, it's the Ochre connection study that we have done. So Wasatch Front Regional Council reached out to us, and they had $18,000 left over from that study. So there's some options of what we could do with that money. Either just go ahead and have them give that money back to us, or we could do an amendment to our agreement and roll that money over into the Southwest study that they're overseeing to add to. So I just need to know what council's thoughts are on that so that I can get back with them.
And I have a thought, we haven't talked about that, Ochre connection. I had thought, why don't we get back to talking about that, if that's interest by council, if we decide in August or whenever we have this strategy, we need a priority, because get some traffic, so we're not betting between the pass-through traffic. That road's been talked about since I was born, and,
Over Butterfield.
I have a question. That's.
Yes, Butterfield
Okay,
Canyon.
I just want to make sure.
But like an actual, like,
I'm just like,
constructed highway.
yeah,
recommendation that the best alignment was Butterfield Canyon, which we do that all.
sure.
But we did the study, so now we can say it's the best alignment.
We could pave what, like 100 feet of that road right now with $18,000?
There's a lot of work that needs to be done.
Wow. 100 feet, that's just impressive.
10.
I was thinking 10, yeah.
All right, Brad, I didn't hear all of that. Did you make a suggestion on where we use that?
Well, Tammy did, but they were suggesting, and
The Wasatch Front says that they oversee the funds for the Southwest group. And so we could choose to roll over our 18,000 into those funds to help with those efforts. Or we could choose to simply get them back to the city and utilize however.
I got that. I just wasn't sure. I couldn't hear everything Brett said. I didn't know if he made a
Did
suggestion.
you have a specific recommendation for one of the two?
So, I mean, being our representative on that Southwest Visioning Study, I mean, each city's contributed equally to that. So I don't know that it's on us to do more and overweight that. And I don't know that there's, I mean, with how we're retooling it, they might come back and say we need some more to get back on track where we need to be. But no, we haven't had any of those conversations yet. I would say let's have it refunded, and then if we need to make additional contributions later, great. And I would maybe make a suggestion that we earmark that for the Bonneville.
Ditto.
Right, because it goes towards that overall goal, but specifically toward our goal.
It was like 30 grand originally for that study, 18 grand, we go a long way to updating it.
Yeah, I can't remember what the original amount was. It was
30.
The state jumped in that in other cities of South Jordan, showed that study, so I'm sure there'll be a little back to them.
The total, for the Southwest Visioning Study, each city contributed, I believe, $5,000 to 25,000. We got a grant from, I forget where, the total was 250, 100,000 from the county, from the Transportation Choice Funds, and a grant for the remaining amount, for the total of 250.
We'll just get back and then we'll figure out what you guys want to do with it.
Let's pigeonhole it for Bonneville and go from there.
Hey, Tammy, I'm just gonna let Tammy keeps on going through her stuff till she's done. She's got about 6 items.
I'm sorry, and I'm gonna give you like the Cliff Notes version of most of them and then give you handouts and you can let me know if you have questions regarding any of it. And I just wanted to touch briefly on the legislative session because I know even on social media we've received questions on how that impacted cities. Most of the legislation didn't really impact us. There were some water conservation bills that did pass. I think all of them passed, so that's a positive thing. But there was SB 5004 on annexation amendments, but it basically just strikes the language limiting to first class, so it really doesn't impact us. There was also the Open and Public Meetings Act amendments, but again, none of those really impacted us. Currently, we fall underneath the emergency order that's in place. It expires at the end of August. If at that time we continue to want to run meetings electronically, we have to have a written determination signed by the mayor stating why we would do that if the chair, if we weren't able to hold it in person. Is there anything else along that, Chase, that you think needs mentioned?
Just that if we chose not to have an anchor location.
Yes, right.
We need the mayor to make a finding.
But by simply having one person, the chair, there at the anchor location, we're fine.
Yep.
So basically, we haven't used it at all.
Yeah, exactly.
So it goes back, in our ordinance to the Meetings Act, to do it electronically, so we have number layers.
Right, so how we were holding them when this all first took place and everybody was at home, there was no anchor location, but we were fine because we were under the emergency order. But once that expires, if we find the need to do that again in order to provide for the health and safety of our public, then that's when that would come into play. And then there were peace officer amendments, but again, this is our chief when he was putting together our police department. He was very forward thinking in the sense that he already put all of the policies in place. And so while other cities are scrambling to make sure that they have these types of policies in place, our city already has these policies in place. So there wasn't really anything there that impacted us.
And these would be like use of force type policies?
There were, yeah, mainly like the use of chokeholds and yes. Most other items had to do with their budget. And again, it didn't really end up impacting us. There are some items that we will continue to watch that will be coming up on future sessions, but we'll keep you posted on all of those. I just wanted to give you a briefing because I know a lot of people were wondering why they were going into session again, what it had to do with, and it was mainly COVID-19 related, plus the climate regarding public safety, and so nothing was really done that impacted Herriman City. What else do I have? What is next? I have so many things. The CARES Act. So I have some information for each of you on the CARES Act. I think a lot of the boards and committees that you sit on are probably providing you information. And I have heard contradicting information that's been given on some of those. So I just kind of wanted to reiterate what it can be used for. So I sit in on the White House meetings for this act. So this is kind of a description of what we've discussed. Plus, it's also been reviewed by Alan and by Chase to make sure that we all have the same understanding. The act was passed on March 27th by Congress. It was intended to assist American workers and businesses with direct economic assistance and preserve jobs for our workers. So the act has been updated several times with additional dollars being added. And one of the things that the funds can be used for is providing economic assistance for workers and for families. And one of the ways that Herriman City has incorporated that is through our City Chaperone program. It falls right in line in the sense that it helps both simultaneously. So it's been a good program. We've actually received a lot of attention for this program, not only from the media, but a lot of positive feedback from the community, a lot of positive feedback from the businesses, and we have had several cities reach out to us asking for how our program was put together so that they can emulate it. In realizing that this program falls under the guidelines for the CARES Act, we would like council to start considering whether or not we could run this again, maybe in the fall around August. And we would like to recommend increasing the dollar amount to maybe $20 or $30 per household towards a $30 or $40 purchase that would help them as they prepare for back to school. And again, this could fall under the CARES Act guidelines, so we would be able to use those funds to assist.
I just want to interject here just for a second.
Yeah.
Because I think it's important, your economic development team has come up with this and launched it, but it's been recognized by EDC Utah as best practices in the state. So you're getting some state notoriety for what you've done and supporting this. So it's no small item. It's very well recognized across the state, and it's been on 2 news channels. I don't know if you've been paying attention. So kudos to you for that support for that program.
And just before we move on from that, yes, I mean, I'm fully supportive. The feedback I've gotten from residents has been amazing, and from businesses. They're all been super grateful for the program, and if it's qualifying for federal funding, absolutely.
Ditto.
Yeah, I'm a resident and I loved using my coupon. Thank you.
My only question is, are we certain that we're going to get reimbursed for those funds? Okay, so
Yes.
then that was the next question, is what's the process? How do we?
So what happens?
If as a qualifier, if we definitely qualify.
The county has the funds that are supposed to come to us. We've done the agreement, so we should be getting them.
And if we don't use them, we lose them.
Yes, any funds that we have not used by October 1st have to be returned to the county on October 7th, because then they have to return any unused funds in December. So
yes,
apply
please,
for as
let's
much
do
as you
this.
want.
So I had given you guys kind of a general outline of how the funds can be used for public health, for employees, for capital improvement projects, and those have to be directly COVID-19 related. And then of course for businesses and for our residents. And taking that into consideration, on the last page of the handout, we have some other ideas that we would like to consider. So we've noted some of the ones that we've already done, such as PPE equipment, the UV lighting, we needed protective glass still in some of our areas, like passports, so that once passports opens, our employees as well as the public will be protected. And then of course the cleaning supplies, electronic devices and software that were necessary in order to allow working from home. We mentioned the City Chaperone program, but currently we've been discussing the option of creating small grant or financial assistance programs to the community as well as businesses. It could be a hardship grant. that could be used towards utility accounts, and that's just in efforts to assist them. We would have to come up with a list of criteria that they would have to meet, and of course that hardship would have had to have come during the COVID-19 period. So it could not go towards anything that was pre-existing, but it could go to assist them with anything during the COVID-19 period. And in reading it, it's not just the city utility, so it couldn't be just the water. It could be towards their electricity or their gas. But we would have to come up with that application process and define those criteria. We are also, and we've kind of already been doing this next one a little bit, but now that we know that it can be done under the CARES Act, we'd like to expand it. But this is providing PPE baskets to all of our local businesses that includes masks, gloves, disinfectant, wipes, just in efforts to assist them with making sure that they're prepared as they have customers come in and out of their business. We also have been looking at assistance programs that we could create to help our senior and health centers within our city limits. The dollars can be used towards assisting senior centers and healthcare services. And then of course, family violence prevention and services. We're looking to see if HPD's victim advocacy program will qualify for that, because there has been an increase in domestic violence cases under these conditions. And then they have talked about nutritional services. It's just like in the schools when they offer the reduced or free lunch program. Cities can offer those programs either by providing a lunch or providing a meal ticket for them to go and get a lunch somewhere in the community. And again, we would have to look at an application process for that, define the criteria so that they would then have to qualify for that program to receive a meal.
Tammy, a question for that.
Yeah.
So, people who are getting breakfast or lunch at school during the school year, obviously summer's a rougher time.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way that we could use people who qualified for those programs as a basis for making this decision as well?
Yes, and that's probably what we would have as the criteria, is they would have to show how they qualify, that they were on that program.
If they were on that program, I think that would be a great criteria to put into this. So
We do have to make sure there's no duplication of
Mm-hmm.
benefit.
Right, for some that are on year-round school, they can't get lunch at those places. And then, of course, it also states that you can create a grant to food assistance program, such as the food bank. So I mainly just want to ask if there are any of these programs that you would like us to continue to explore and maybe put together, and then see if we can start
I think
working through
anything
them.
that can help our local businesses, and you talked on several different fronts, there you talked about the PPE baskets, obviously an expansion or a redo of the shop around program. I think that's obviously a huge investment in our community, is what's going to pay dividends back. So anything along the lines of these programs, utilities, the grants, those types of things for utilities, I'm supportive of anything that can help sustain our businesses in our community through these challenging times. And there were several of those that were shut down completely for, a month or more during this, and that's significant. And I don't think that there's some of those that would say that they've seen the rebound that they necessarily need to see after losing the income that they did to rebound, to be able to make up the difference of the losses that they've already experienced.
yeah, I agree with all that. I love all these programs. I would support any of the ones that are on this list. I would like to add one caveat, though. If there are funds near the end that are things that we would return, I would highly suggest, or I would recommend, that we make a grant to the food bank instead of giving that back to the county.
That's a good plan.
Whatever's left that we didn't judiciously try to spend in our city.
I would like to focus on, with the obvious exception of the shop around program, I would like to focus on items that would normally be
services provided by the city. So for example, the Family Violence Prevention Services through the HPD Victims Advocate Program, or the PPE baskets, because that's something that we do through our Economic Development Department. Like those things are kind of where I'd like to stay, as much as I think there is a need for lunch or meal tickets or whatever for that hardship. There are other programs that are in place for that kind of stuff. And I would rather see us just make a donation to the food bank at the end as opposed to trying to set up some sort of food relief program when that's not really a role that we've taken on as a city before. So that's, you know, and it's just wanting to stay in our lane is my...
My thought of that is that if we're giving people vouchers to spend at local eating establishments, there's a benefit to our local businesses too. So not that it would be any place, but they can use it at a Herriman-based restaurant.
Yeah, and for me, that's what the Shop Around program is anyways, and that's for everyone. So to me, I look at that as an economic development issue, not a let's provide food relief, which I think we're not set up to do as a city. If that's something we want to do, great, let's have that conversation. But I don't think that's, I think there's other places that can do it more efficiently and better than we can right now.
And when it comes to the food bank, that would be a grant,
Yes.
not a donation.
A grant, yes, whatever the appropriate term is so that Chase is happy.
It's all semantics.
So is there anything on the list that everybody unanimously would not want to pursue?
That
I'm
we
good
wouldn't
with all
want
of
to
them.
do?
Yeah, that you just unanimously would not want us to pursue.
We don't have seniors. No, I'm just kidding. We have great seniors.
No.
I'm good with everything on here.
All right. Next item. I just wanted to let you know that we are going to be restarting our Chat with the Chiefs segments. It seems like an appropriate time to continue to foster the relationship that our police department has with our community. In spite of what's going on in the rest of the state and the nation, our police department is highly supported by our community. They've had an outpouring of support over the last few weeks. And the public consistently emails us and sends us messages stating their support for the police department. We're looking to have those start up again the first full week of July. And I think in the beginning we'll run them bi-monthly, so they'll be twice a month, and then after that we'll kind of filter it out and start running them once a month. But in addition to that, the July newsletter, normally we have the council corner on the front page. Chief Carr has drafted this incredible letter to go out to all of the public that will be posted on their website as well as through their social media. But I thought that because of everything that's taking place and this letter is so eloquently stated, I think that it should go on the front page of our July newsletter if council is okay with that replacing a council article.
Yes.
And Chief, I don't know if you want to speak to what that letter entails.
Just really be speaking about what's happening nationally and locally. I speak about what's happening nationally and locally. We talk about how that was such an egregious and horrible thing that happened and the safeguards that we have in place here to prevent that from happening. And really discuss how this was a police department was built from the community out. We're not coming into a community to police it. Some future items. And then I don't believe, Tammy, that we would do the question and answers on the newsletter.
In the newsletter, no, but
yeah,
they
we
will
would add
be,
that.
Yeah.
So there's a second section that we'll send out that will be posted that has a lot of common questions and answers from the PD. So, for instance, body cameras or use of force. Do we allow the vascular carotid, hold? Do we a stranglehold or chokehold, anything like that? So I go through and I think there's about 12 questions in there that we answer. And then we'll follow that up with some productive conversations in a forum type atmosphere with the Chat with the Chiefs.
Can you send us a copy of that letter before we send it out so we know what's coming?
Yeah. I can send it to you tonight or first thing in the morning.
So that we can know what to expect, our residents are gonna expect.
Yeah, and I'll give
Sherry's
you all
got
the
a question,
Q&A
I
with
can
those
tell.
as well.
It's probably not a question. I was just thinking about that. I think in general, and this is opinion of Sherry for sure, I think in general, most people appreciate their police departments, whether it's here or whether it's in Timbuktu. I think people generally appreciate it. I think we just have a group of people who are very loud right now, and it's very sensational, so the news media is attached to that. And it's just stirring up this image of that. But I really honestly think that most people just appreciate you guys.
Right. And
So I hope that that sentiment will just penetrate your department and every department across the country, because I think most people appreciate police
it
officers.
really has. If you go into the patrol room, we have, I'm not kidding, baskets of treats and stuff.
Nice.
It almost looks like the fire department. So, sorry, guys. Right? So, I believe you're right, and we talk about in law enforcement as the pendulum swings, right? And there are some people that are taking it to an extent that I think will come back from. There is some reactiveness, but I think the best way to address a lot of this is through transparency and open communications, and sit down and say, what are your concerns? And how do we address those? And it's interesting as I sit in some of these meetings throughout my week to hear, do you have body cameras? Of course we do. Do you allow a chokehold? Of course we don't. You know, all of the things that they are concerned with, we are already compliant with. So,
Love it.
Being a progressive police department, we didn't have those issues to begin with.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, we've had several comments come in through our email and as well as on social media that have just been begging us not to defund our police department.
Right.
So we continuously assure them that we have no intentions that we're aware of, that council would even consider doing that. So
That's a
Just for the record, not on my watch.
Not gonna happen.
It's a huge conversation. When they say defunding, it probably is the best term to get across what they think they want. But for our city, I understand in the larger metropolitan areas what they're trying to achieve with defunding and getting social work in there, and we too would like not to go on suicidal calls and those kind of things because we don't always have the best expertise to respond to those. So you'll see bigger departments like Salt Lake City get some social workers in place. But for the most part, I believe that our training programs out here are pretty robust, and I think we're in a good space. So our lawlessness out here is exactly none. We'll keep it that way.
Okay, the next item is a little bit what Kevin's already talked about, is Rio Tinto.
no, it's not, because I'm not done. I'm sorry. I'm like dominating the meeting tonight. I'm sorry.
I checked her off. She thinks she can
Go
get out
ahead and pass
early.
that out, or you can pull it up on the screen. You guys had asked for council members, the four of you, to be put into these rotation assignments, and so I put it together with the four of you having assignments for when you would be asked to do media interviews or attend certain meetings that you weren't already regularly assigned to. So if you have any issues with this, let me know. And of course, if you can't make something, you can always ask somebody else to cover it for you, but then at least that way you guys are working it out and we're not trying to figure out, well, who do we select, or so.
Well, this is good because the two people that that called me were both in May, I think, so.
Look at that, yay! But if that will work, then I think maybe that's all I have.
I doubt
You're
it.
allowed to
I
speak
doubt it.
now.
I doubt it. So one of the things that Tammy brought up about the program of preparing PPEs for our businesses, it's an idea she floated to me because Rio Tinto actually reached out to Herriman City, particularly Samantha, Julian, and since they've not been sponsoring city events, town days, they have asked to us consider some ways they may help out through the COVID issues as a partner to Herriman City. And it's one of the ideas we floated to her about an idea about maybe them paying for the cost of PPEs and help put them together, because they're big safety people, if you ever noticed. They wear safety vests in buildings and everywhere. She really liked that idea, really resonated, because it goes back to the economic development as well and helping those businesses out. So we have some other monies coming in that direction, that door. We're floating out a few other ideas about some special events that Wendy's put together to keep our community engaged and helping them out keep mental sharpness and getting out, enjoying the elements, but keeping the social distancing.
Kites were
So
fantastic.
there's some other days we're floating around. They have really no policy or parameters on it right yet. They're trying to get that ahead of that, but she actually wanted us to brainstorm ourselves, and we did. And we feel like right now we have some opportunities we can let them help us out with some of these programs. That was just more of an update than anything else. After that, Blake is going to talk about detention basin report.
Yep. Yeah, that exhibit. It's the same exhibit that we had last time, but I was able to pull some more information, kind of following up from Sherry's comments at the beginning. So the unfinished ponds, I prioritized them earlier today when I was looking at it, and I talked with Jonathan about it about a week ago, about putting them as the fee in lieu was paid in chronological order, or when the development was done. That would have put Shoshone first, then Antelope Meadows second, Jensen Place third, and the Range fourth. It kind of gets a little funny though, because Jensen Place can't tie in and be landscaped until the pipe down 7300 West gets completed, which Jonathan's got that project. We've got a winning bidder, and we're just going through the process of getting them awarded the bid and getting them started.
That's getting done this summer though, right?
Yeah, so everything will be ready to go. Let's see, is that exhibit up?
Same with Range East, there's the Range East go down McMister.
Range East goes down McHouston, and so that developer's mostly excited to have that pond landscape to sell their homes, but they also were an instrumental part in getting that pipe down McHouston. So that I'm sure they're more excited to get their landscaping done because of that. If you look at if you remember when we go through the budget prioritization, we have this giant spreadsheet we always show you, and everybody's eyes kind of gloss over because it's lots of numbers and lots of lines of data. That list from 2014 had these ponds listed in this order, and they had a number attached to them. They were general fund projects. There were P projects and there were E projects. The P projects were for parks and the E's were for engineering. And so E10, that means there were 9 projects in front of the very first project for these ponds. E10 was Mustang Meadows, and that one went away because we did a hydraulic analysis on the pond and found out it didn't need to be there anymore. And that was one that Range East kind of routed through. It was just a little bit to the south of the Range East pond. So we actually did a property surplus on that and filled that in and reconfigured the pipe, and that water actually goes down to the L&L Hamilton Park that's part of the Ivory development through all those pipes. So that pond was actually the first one, and we took care of it. We gave it away. E11 was the next project on the list, and that was the Range East. So that one ranked the highest in our prioritization list. And then following after that, E12, 13, and 14 was Shoshone, Antelope Meadows, and Jensen Place. And there were notes on that list of when we got fee in lieu for Range East and Antelope Meadows. And the other note said Jensen Place was tied to the 7300 West project. Then on a separate time, we discussed this in our November 8th, 2019 City Council meeting. Jonathan had a PowerPoint that he gave, and he had all these ponds listed in each one had its own slide. And in that meeting, it was ranked the Shoshone Pond and the cost estimate, and this presentation gave a cost estimate for each pond. And so the numbers you're seeing on the sheet here show what we've collected, and the numbers I'm going to say out loud are our estimate of how much it's going to cost to construct it. So Shoshone was $100,000, and so we're about $34,000 short on that. Antelope Meadows was 80,000. And so we're about half there. Range East was 100,000. And Jensen Place was 50,000. And so,
50 on Jensen?
and a lot of this is just tied to, we've seen those landscaping, most of these funds were brought in 2017, 2018, and these funds, or these costs, were looking at the new landscaping costs that we've been getting. It's just our pipes and sod. When the developers give us their fee in lieu estimate, they were pricing it on whatever they could get to put in there. And so they would give us an estimate, and we would work through it and work through our parks department at the time and get that accepted. And then as we go back through and look at it, this includes a power connection, and sometimes there's a water tie-in, some modifications to the storm drain. So these cost estimates would get the ponds landscaped. And so that's where we're at with this. My recommendation for completing the ponds would be starting with Shoshone. That one's been the longest. That's the first priority, is get
That's
that
the
one
one
done.
that 3 different developers over a period of time, right?
Yep, that's the one that went through the recession, and the development went away and came back. And then the ones after that, I think Jensen Place just needs to fall to the end if we're in a hurry to get them done, because it's not ready to be landscaped yet. And so that would be, if you went in chronological order, it would be Antelope Meadows, then the Range and Jensen Place would be switched because of not being able to tie in.
These are just the fee in lieu projects. There are other detention basins throughout the city that have not had a fee in lieu that are not complete.
Right.
And then additionally, if we adopt the Jordan Valley Water Conservancy standards, there will be an increased cost because it is more expensive to install. Cheaper in the long run to maintain, but more expensive to install in the beginning. So those are just a couple things for you guys to keep in mind.
So I'll be glad to take any responsibility that, on my part, if we didn't budget these correctly. But the thing that's difficult for me is that, in my view, they don't necessarily fall on that general fund list. It should be on a fee in lieu list, you know what I mean? So that we understand completely, because when these are coming to us, literally, we had the fold-out papers, right? Column, of here's all the things that we need to use our general fund for. So it's not super transparent in my mind that this is different, right? It feels like fee in lieu should be a different thing. And if we're not collecting the correct fee in lieu, then we got to figure out somehow to adjust that, or figure out better calculation on that too. And I understand it's hard because you're projecting out, you know, oh, well, wonder what the economy is going to do in 2 years. That's super hard. We don't know what building costs are going to be and things like that. Or Jordan Valley adopts some new things and stuff like that. Or the legislature says our stormwater things have changed and stuff. So, but that was my only frustration. It was like, it just felt like, yep, here's the information and you guys have it on your list. I get that. But it just felt like we didn't really maybe have the full picture.
Yeah, there's a lot of information in those budget meetings. I mean,
yeah,
if we were to go over every detail, we'd be here for probably 2 or 3 days. But
I would just recommend there on something different, that these are fee and lieu, which to me are much different than just normal general fund projects.
Do you want us to work with Alan then to come back with, because we're planning on a budget opening in July, to try to see if there's funding available to do 1 or 2 of these ponds, or?
I think we need to fix it, right? I think we need to do whatever we need to do to get them done in the next year or whatever.
I do too, and bare minimum, like even on the Jensen Place one, if we put that one on the bottom of the list, weed whacker, man, I could go weed whack it as a service project if you want, but I understand our Parks Department, I get it, the issues with it, but we can't ask residents to take good care if we don't set the example. So, around it, or maybe you're not supposed to use that word, I forget. But weed spray, anything like that.
You know, I have a question about this too, and maybe this is something for another discussion, but if our estimates are off by more than 100% or 120%, there's a problem with our estimations. I mean, I can understand 10, 15, 20% change in a year or two, but I mean, we collected 17, it's gonna cost 50. We collect 37, it's gonna cost 80.
There
Those
may
are-
have been some other things where they'd done some improvements to some storm drain outside of their development. So I don't know it's black and
black
white
and white.
looking at
And
it.
that's
Cost. They probably
fair.
put 30, I know like on the Shoshone Pond, the pipes were a little weird the way they were plumbed. So we had one developer fix that and that counted towards the fee.
Credit.
So.
Got it.
So that's
And I
kind
know
of
that's a
where
lot to
some
ask
of
for
that-
accounting for all of that kind of stuff, and I get it. But I just want to make sure that we're at least getting closer.
The way we've been doing them lately, these were done kind of early on, is if it's going to be a retention pond, we've asked the developer to keep ownership of it, and usually that pond will take over one of their lots in their subdivision, and then that kind of puts, they have some skin in the game at that point, and then they get that lot back when it gets converted, and they have to landscape it. So
I like that. So it just takes it out of our problem area.
there was a
We don't have to deal
pond
with it.
that was next to Mustang Meadows that the developer had. It was a lot, and they came in and had to fill it, and they actually, it became their lot, and it got done at the end and didn't cost us any money. And that's the way we've been trying to handle it now, because then it puts the onus on them to do it later on, and then we just have to hold the permit. We're good at holding permits. We're apparently not great at going back and finishing landscaping on this pond, so.
No, it's good though, because it's hard when you're so busy too. You know what I mean? You get so many things going. It's just nice to just say, no, you have to finish that up. I like that.
We were originally playing with the idea with the parks manager at the time of having our crews go in and install all this. And that was another reason the costs were a little bit lower. We weren't looking at bidding it out. We were going to do it in-house. He thought we had the crews at the time, and then when we tried to do Antelope Meadows, it kind of turned into a fiasco. And we went away from that, but these other ponds were, the fee and lieu were also done with that in mind at that time. So there's...
I would agree with both Jared and Sherry that I think we need to take care of this in the next budget.
So, path forward, I'll work with Alan, and then,
I do think though, just in relation to that, if we did give a bunch of credits for stuff, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, but we gave you credits for all these, you know what I mean? Just make sure that we're whole with it, with
yeah,
this.
a lot of that's gonna go back to, it's tough stuff, because some of it's done in the field, it's kind of horse trading.
Sure,
It's done
okay.
when you're seeing things, when it's in construction, they unearth something and see it and fix it, and it's...
I just don't want to be too lenient and say, okay, yeah, we'll do all that, even though we gave you an extra $50,000 worth of that, you know what I mean? So, okay.
But, yeah, if we can get these done, then it'll make it look a lot nicer, so.
And then going forward, that the new kind of process will be that we don't have this mess.
Yeah, as we get more and more of our storm drain pipes in, we won't have this issue. They'll tie
Yeah.
it in and they'll be done. One example is like the Rose Canyon detention pond. There's one up the street from there that's the developer's going to build. That's the Ridges at Rose Canyon. It's not finished yet, but we're holding a bond from the developer to finish that one.
Nice.
So we've got a handful of ponds around the city like that too. We're just holding bonds on. So
cool.
Those are the ones we like to do too, because we can hold that.
Just for what it's worth, I'm really glad to hear that we identified there's a issue. We've changed the procedures that we're doing to identify and eliminate that problem going forward. That's the kind of stuff I like to hear about. Great solutions to problems, us getting better at what we do. Great answers.
Yeah, for sure. Now, we'll try and do what we can on the budget side to clean up what was left and be good moving forward.
Okay, the next item is park mowing schedule. This is what mentioned by Councilman Smith, but also we have received some other calls from residents about our open space mowing before fireworks season kicks off. So we asked Anthony to kind of give a quick little update publicly.
Yeah, it's our goal to have everything, all of our open space and trails mowed by the 1st of July, right before the fireworks season kicks off. Right now, as we sit, I'd say we're about 90% there. There are a few areas, Sherry, the detention ponds out by you. Those are on our list to complete still. They were working down in the Black Hawk area today. Our crews have been working kind of from the east side of the city, working west. So we've got right now those detention ponds out off of 7300 West and 7530. And then there's some area up around the cove in Rose Creek. That's one large area that we have left, and then they have to finish up down in Black Hawk, which they started today. So those are the main areas that we have left. Outside of that, I would say most of our large open space areas have been completed. We will have to go back after the fact and do a little cleanup with some trimming, string trimming along fence lines around areas that they couldn't get the larger mowers into. So they'll still have a little bit of cleanup to do there. But for the most part, I think we're there. I'm optimistic that we can hit all those. We'll get the rest of the large areas mowed by the end of the week, and should be able to meet our goal by of the 1st of July. And then we'll just go back and do some cleanup and spot hitting here and there. So that's kind of where we're at with that right now.
Awesome.
Is your goal just to do them once, in a summer season prior? I mean, obviously prior to fireworks season is a great timing to do it, but depending on the season, is there any areas that you find yourself that you have to go back to and hit again?
Yeah, there's definitely areas we have to go back to. Usually the areas that we hit first. In this case, we were more on the east side down by Copper Creek in that area. We'll start back at that end, and we'll work through the same procedure, the same areas that we follow the same system that we did initially. And then it's really weather dependent as well, depending on how much moisture we get the rest of the season. That can really affect how much we have to go back and re-hit. But there are some areas that tend to be I don't know if you want to call them problematic, but are maybe more high-risk areas that we've identified. The repository area off of 5600 West and Herriman Boulevard, that large open space, they just finished mowing that down, I think yesterday or today. There's some area up by Black Ridge that is of high concern. And then this area that I mentioned up by the Cove Pond, they're large, mostly dry grass at this point. So those are some areas that we've identified as more high-risk areas. So we'll definitely make sure that we go back and keep that all mowed down as well.
That's good.
Any other questions on that?
No, thanks for the information you provided.
Wendy, we want to pick up your next several topics.
I'll go fast.
Okay.
I'm going to start with the COVID employee update, because then we can end with the fun stuff. So with the rise in cases, we're taking things a little bit more seriously here at Herriman City. We've had some almost hit close to home, but not quite. We're not quite sure yet. So we're waiting for those tests to come back to see how those employees are doing. Brett did issue an executive order yesterday or the day before. My days are so skewed now. We've decided to start temperature checking all of our employees as they arrive to work, and also asking them if they have any symptoms. We're not recording that. We're just simply asking the questions and checking in with them. If they pass the test, they get a little colored wristband, kind of like UFA. You guys have your wristbands? See, they're doing it too. And that shows that we were symptom checked for the day. So far, it seems to be working pretty good. Today was the first day we rolled it out to the entire city. We did it to one department yesterday, but so far so good. So, do you have any questions on that or concerns?
Just elaborate a little bit why we felt like we had to go that direction. It's so late, we talked about it a few months back.
Well, it took us a while to get thermometers, the no-touch thermoscan thermometers, so that took a while. And then just like a lot of the coronavirus things, we were just waiting as things came out. And the recent upgrade or increase in positive cases kind of gave us pause, and we want to keep our employees safe. So we decided to take an additional step in addition to all of the things we're already doing to do that. So do you have anything to add, Brett?
Just the fact that really come to light that over the weekend, the information that we could be possibly have crews affected or been in the presence of people as COVID positive. So we thought, okay, we got to amp up our process a little bit, make sure we keep everybody safe, because it showed quickly how fast you could take out a whole department if they get infected. Just the threat of backtracking it kind of scared us a little bit. We want to make the extra precautions to keep everybody safe.
So that's it on COVID employee testing. Okay, let's get to the fun stuff.
Can I just say one thing really quick? I just think this is an appropriate time to, for those of our public who are watching or may watch at some point, that this is everyone's responsibility. We definitely have seen a, substantial uptick around us, and I don't think any of us want to go back to quarantine days. So I'll just say, everyone do their part.
Yes, I agree. Okay. We have been approved by PRCA and Salt Lake County Health Department for the Herriman Invitational Extreme Bowls competition on July 17th at Butterfield Park. There will be bowls, barrel racing, and breakaway roping. We've been limited to 1,000 tickets in our stands, and we've decided to charge $15 per ticket. That's kind of the going rate. This really isn't a family type event. It's more of a date event, but families are more than welcome to come. So we're really excited about it and about getting back out and doing things. Do you have any questions on that event?
Oh, good job.
We're excited. We're excited to get stuff. Well, yeah, we're excited to get things going again. If you've come out here to the park on Monday night during the food trucks and it's nuts. So people are definitely interested in getting back out and doing some things safely.
The other thing I would say, this is a decision we made because we are limited how many passes there are. We don't want to limit any public that want to pay and attend. We're not offering any free passes to employees like we normally do in Northville because we're limited how many can come in. So don't be discouraged in that. We just felt like we can't give something free to our employees when we're limited how many we can attend.
To so few people. Barty is doing all the back of the house work, so staff won't have any interaction with Cowboys or any of their staff. Our staff will be handling everything front of house, so ticket booths, we'll sell everything in advance. We'll have food trucks come in, so we'll have very limited staffing needed for the event, and we're really just paring it down to old school cowboy events, so we're excited about it. I had a meeting with Brian Green from Edge. He is our producer for Enduro Challenge. We've talked a lot about the concerns that we have with this event, and after talking through a lot of different options, the best option that we would feel safe going with at this time is changing to a motocross instead of an Enduro Challenge. So the difference is Enduro Challenge is where you have all the big obstacles where everybody crashes, and then our staff generally go pick them up and put them back on their bicycles, or their motorcycles, not bicycles. And so we were trying to alleviate and get rid of the chance of our staff interacting closely with a rider that was on their side. MotoX will take that out. It's also very fast. And it won't take as much staff time to build the course or rip it down. So we're eliminating a lot of staff costs that way. We're working really closely with Brian to come up with ways to engage the community. So we're planning on offering practice nights and learn to ride classes the Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday before. And then because we are limited right now to the 1,000 people in the stadium, we are going to do the kids, the smaller classes on Friday night, because they all bring their moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas. And then we do the big boys and big girls on Saturday night. So that's kind of where your pros are, is on Saturday night. That would be Tuesday, August 4th through Saturday, August 8th at Butterfield Park. Are there any questions about that one?
No, thanks for all the efforts in getting some activities going.
It's been fun to see how creative we can be.
Yeah, you're awesome.
So, the drive-in movie is this Friday. It sold out in 10 minutes.
I bet. I was like, oh, can't go to that.
Wow.
So,
What was the movie? Was it what?
it's Spies in Disguise.
Oh,
And it will be this Friday at 9 p.m. We'll have food trucks from 5:30 to 9:30, and we'll obviously be doing this again because people seem to like it. So
How many spots did you sell?
100.
100?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Yeah. We have a wait list in case somebody has to cancel, but that'll be a fun event too. So we're excited.
Did we charge for that one?
Nope, it's free.
And is it as many people, or do we care how many people are in a vehicle?
I don't.
Okay, so we did it per vehicle, so it was 100
Yeah.
vehicles.
It's per vehicle.
So we're looking at maybe 300-400 people.
Yeah. Yep. That's
So-
it.
I rented a double-decker bus to bring.
Yeah.
Oh, don't say that.
We have also, to discuss HOA interactive map, the lake. Are you ready to talk about that?
Put that up too. So the map is web-based right now. So if you want to just zoom in on one of the areas that's shaded, anything, and then just click on one of those areas. Try a different little area.
Scroll over a little
Yeah,
bit.
right there. Sometimes it'll pick up like a house parcel, but if you go in and pick your HOA that you're in, or your area, click on it, it'll pull up this window and it shows who the management company is. You can scroll down, there's a, get inside that little window and scroll down. It talks about if the roads are private, the program's private. So this should be able to help out if
That's awesome.
company.
Yeah, I was
Click
saying,
on
the
it.
garbage company probably love this.
So we can make this go live right away.
Yes.
It's been a lot of
This
work.
is awesome. Yeah, if every city, you should see the list, we have like 2,000 private lane things, it's a mess, so
The
this
one
is
thing we're
awesome.
vetting out right now is for calling to make sure that the contact people are right.
Checking the
I know that our GIS department's been working on that. We have one person working in there that is.
I get the feeling it won't take very long for the
This is
residents to correct
amazing.
you on what
This
the
is
right
gonna be
information
amazing.
is.
Great job.
GIS group's really good at this stuff, so.
Yeah, good job. Tell them great job, it's amazing.
Okay, their item was back to Wendy, Arts Facility Focus Group.
Forgot about that. So if you all will remember, in the Mountain Ridge MDA, we have 2 years to figure out what to do with that 5-acre parcel of land. I would like to put together a focus group to start talking through that, to see what or where an arts facility would be best. I think one of the things I remember Councilmember Henderson saying was, is that the right place for this type of facility? So I'd like to put, right. So I'd like to put together a focus group to start having those conversations. I would like at least one council member and one planning commission member to be part of that focus group. So I know you all want another meeting. I know all of you want a meeting. You're in?
I'd love to.
Okay.
I'm sure
Thank you.
Chris will be love to be part of that.
I'm sure too. I'm sure.
Yeah, you think?
Right? If he doesn't, Emily will make sure he is.
Yeah. She'll tell him where he needs to go.
So explain, sorry, I don't mean to devil here again, but is it the only thing you're gonna focus on is just whether or not the arts thing will go there? And how, and
Really,
will
it's-
Steve and Chris be objective to the other things?
I
That's
don't
the
know, will you?
question.
No, I think it's,
Probably
I see it as focusing on where it's possible to go. There's several areas in the city where it would be feasible. We already have it in our Parks Master Plan in different
Yeah,
areas
for
in the
sure.
city. So just looking at different funding mechanisms, see what works, what the needs are for that kind of facility, from both the consumer point of view and our community point of view, our community
So
arts
both
point of
the
view.
scope of the project and then the best location for that. Okay.
I love it, that's good. I was just teasing.
No, that's good. I think it's something, because we're on a bit of a timer with at least that one parcel, I think
Yeah.
it's a good time for us to start looking at it and see if it works there. If not, we've got there's other options.
I'll just add, you have to, in these conversations, you just have to constantly remind them that the city's not paying to build this facility, right? That ends up being the expectation of a lot of people.
Right.
Yeah.
The other item we have is want Justin to update you on road striping and asphalt treatments.
Yeah, so we've got, you probably noticed we've had asphalt treatments going down throughout the city in different areas. We've had 2 different asphalt treatments go down. We have another one that's going to be happening next Monday and Tuesday on 134 South. We've partnered, we have an interlocal agreement with Riverton, if you remember that.
Yeah.
So that's going to be happening Monday and Tuesday. Restriping of that project is scheduled for July 6th. You have to wait a certain period of time before you can put new striping down on that asphalt treatment.
So we'll see that 3-lane July 6th then.
3 lanes up to 5,200.
Up to
52.
52, and then the timing with the signals at Mountain View, UDOT's going to have their crews out to fix the signal heads and line them up at the same time we're doing the striping.
That's awesome.
And the county came in and put the new signal heads at 50th, Fort Herriman Parkway last week, so
Yeah, and so
it's coming together.
as part of that project, we reached out to our contractor to see if they can add the bike lane striping at the same time they restripe. So we're waiting for a bid to come back for that project. But we're anticipating we'll just do it all at once. And then the signs for the no parking and things for that bike lane have been ordered. We just don't have a time frame on when they'll be in yet, and so that they might lag a little bit. But we have reached out to the HOA that we have the issue of parking there. Jonathan and I called them today, made them aware of the project that's happening, so they're understanding. They'll get the word out.
Nice.
And then also you'll start seeing restriping of the entire city, not just 134th, but we hire a contractor to restripe all the roads in the city, and that will be happening. They might start as soon as this week, and then it'll go through probably August, September, as they'll make it through the entire city. So you'll just start seeing that out there.
Actually, last year, we're going to be kind of mine, I'll ask some help with that one in just a minute, but I reached out to Jordan School District to find out their rumor mills throughout the state about how they're going to reopen the schools this fall and what they're looking at. Jordan School District right now is not talking about double start times. I shared this with a few of you that we have a huge concern if they go that direction and how much cost that's going to be for our crossing guards, particularly at the elementary level. They told us that they appreciate us calling, being forward thinking about getting on top of that, and be part of the dialogue as they look at things too, because they do double times. They got double lunch group people to work the school. It impacts everybody financially, so they're trying to figure out they're looking at alternatives. The parents, one of the things they floated out in their board meeting yesterday also was all these are just ideas, is possibly if parents choose their kids to stay home, that they can take a school curriculum online. They don't want them to go back to school, and parents that don't have a problem with that, they can go back to school. Just ideas, don't spread any rumors, but now you know we're involved with that process because those decisions could affect our financials. The other thing is what I want to ask Alan, and we got some new updates with sales tax, and they readjusted some of our population. Even though it's good news, I have to be a little bit down. Our permits are down quite a bit right now this month or this week, and compared to last year, and it's just barely changed this week, which is interesting to me. But here again, we asked the council trusts on the budget, and we are watching it weekly to make sure if we got to make any adjustments, we can make those adjustments. So still feel very confident in things about we put money to the side in our fund balance and our capital project, but these basins will affect that too, those decisions coming up as well. So Alan, you want to give us the update on the sales tax and the population?
Well, the state has increased our population from 44,877 to 51,348. It's not where we think it ought to be yet, but that's where they've got it. They're telling us the correction will come with the census, so we hope people respond to the census okay.
I'm going to ask, how is that coming? Because we were really bad, right? We're still really bad. Ugh.
I mean, as much as we reached out to the public, they're not listening to us.
Yeah. But our sales tax that we received this week, which are for April sales, we're up 31% over last year. When I take out the factor for the population, it would have been up 21% even without the change in the population. So we are going to finish the year up 22% over last year. We had budgeted to be up 16%, so we're a little higher, but we don't have the whole 22 that's unaccounted for. But we had one month that you know, most of our sales tax is coming because of population. And when you look at the overall pool for the state, there was 1 month that was lower than this in the last 12 months, but it was a fairly low month as far as overall state sales. But it still exceeded every month last year, so, you know, it's positive news, at least through April. Our total distribution this month was 561,000, which is our fourth highest month. So we're still looking strong on the sales tax.
Is it fair that our estimate to say that April would probably be the month with the most impact?
I think that that's where I expected it.
Yeah, I would think so too.
We were saying in June, we got these updates, it'd be our best barometer of what's been happening. Here again, in July, we know another layer to that, but it's on that side, it's looking positive, more than our expectations projected. But here again, on some other areas, we've seen some revenue starting to drop a little bit, and we just got to be careful and cautious. Okay, that's it, council. We have 2 items for property and closed door. And we can do that property closed door in here, and then the other closed door we will move to the council work with.
Nope.
Motion to temporarily recess the city council meeting to convene in closed session for the purpose to discuss the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual and the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property as provided by Utah Code annotated section 52-4-205.
Motion is second, Jared. Take that as an affirmative. Clint?
Yes.
Cherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. The motion passes. For the public that might be in attendance or still watching online, we will be going to closed session. We will come out of closed session, but there will be no further public business. We will just be adjourning.